The subcommittee will come to order. The chair recognizes himself for 5 minutes for an opening statement. Today, we will discuss reauthorization, Prescription Drug User Fee Act, PDUFA, the Best Pharmaceuticals for Children's Act, BPCA, and the Pediatric Research Equity Act, PREA, all of which expire September 30th of this year. We will also discuss pharmaceutical supply chain issues. PDUFA was first authorized by Congress in 1992 with the goal of expediting human drug applications through the FDA approval process. Under the Act and its subsequent reauthorizations, the drug industry pays user fees to FDA, and FDA commits to meet certain performance goals. I'm pleased that the industry and FDA have reached an agreement for PDUFA 5, and I look forward to hearing more of the details from our witnesses. Under the agreement, industry would pay over $700 million in FY 2013 and higher amounts in the remaining 4 years. The PDUFA 5 agreement is designed to speed new drugs to patients awaiting treatments and cures while ensuring the highest safety standards. It is also designed to make the approval process more timely, predictable, and certain for drug sponsors and venture capitalists who fund new drug research. Among the highlights, the agreement increases the communication between FDA and drug sponsors, specifically building contacts and meetings into the regulatory review process. To increase the efficiency and predictability of the review process, a new 60-day validation period will be used for FDA and drug sponsors to communicate, interact, and plan before the clock officially starts. We're also here to discuss the Best Pharmaceuticals for Children's Act and the Pediatric Research Equity Act. BPCA gives FDA the authority to extend a 6-month period of market exclusivity to a manufacturer in return for specific studies on pediatric use. Under PREA, a manufacturer of a new drug or biologic is required to submit studies of a drug's safety and effectiveness when used by children. Most prescription drugs have never been the subject of studies specifically designed to test the effects on children. Yet, when no pediatric approved drugs exist for an illness, doctors often prescribe these medications to children, relying on the safety and effectiveness demonstrated with adults in the absence of clinical data on how the drug may work in a child. As a father and grandfather, I view reauthorizing BPCA and PREA as a step toward obtaining that data and ensuring that our children and grandchildren receive the correct medications and correct dosages when they're ill. We should not forget that Americans are the most innovative people on earth, and the United States leads the world in new drug development. Some 4 million jobs in the U.S. are directly or indirectly supported by the drug industry. If the goals of the PDUFA 5 agreement are realized, we will continue to be the world leader in new, safe, and effective life-saving and life-enhancing drugs. American patients will have timely access to treatments and cures for everyday maladies, chronic illnesses, and terminal diseases, and we will keep good, well-paying jobs here in the U.S. I'd like to thank all of our witnesses for coming today and now yield to the Vice Chairman, Dr. Burgess.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Madam Chairwoman, thank you very much for being here. Thank you for the hospitality you've shown to me and my staff on the 2 times we ventured out to the FDA during your tenure. Certainly appreciate the time you spent with us. We're here to talk about the User Fee Act reauthorizations, but we're also to ask some questions about how the FDA as a whole is successfully accomplishing its mission. If we don't understand where we are, it's hard to know where we're trying to go. And this committee has already laid an aggressive schedule and foundation for the user fee reauthorizations. Certainly today's hearing is going to be a big part of that because it's an issue of patient safety, and we're all for patient safety. That's not a partisan issue. We're also all for creation of American jobs. That's not a partisan issue or should not be a partisan issue either. And the big question I have is the lack of predictability driving American drug manufacturers out of the country. We're trying to encourage job growth and innovation in this country. Does the FDA slow approval process send venture capitalists elsewhere where they can find more stability? Is there a way to continue to streamline the approval process of single molecule drugs where you have the most regulatory experience? The FDA must have the infrastructure and programs in place in order that innovations are dealt with in a fashion that assures safety for the patient and a straightforward and streamlined approval process. Mr. Chairman, I thank you for the recognition. I'll yield back the balance of my time.
Chair, thanks, gentlemen. To recognize the ranking member of the full committee, Mr. Waxman, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Pallone, for allowing me to give my statement at this point. Today we begin once again the process of reauthorizing the UFAs and our pediatric drug testing laws. I've been a part of this process since the inception of each of these programs, starting first with the Prescription Drug User Fee Act in 1992. In every reauthorization, we have worked together on a bipartisan basis. Of course, that is how it should be, given the role these laws play in helping FDA fulfill its vital public health mission. The drug and device user fee programs ensure that FDA gets critical dollars to allow the agency to complete its pre-market review in a timely manner so that patients have access to therapies at the earliest possible time. The Best Pharmaceuticals for Children Act and the Pediatric Research Equity Act give FDA the authority to obtain information about the use of drugs in children, and this year, for the first time, we'll be establishing 2 new programs to help speed FDA's review of low-cost generics and biosimilars. As we begin this process, these are the primary goals we need to keep in mind. We must reauthorize and establish these essential programs in a timely way so that FDA can do its job protecting the health and safety of America's patients. It would be irresponsible to allow this legislation to become a vehicle for the wish lists of members seeking to move their own controversial bills. I hope we'll continue the long tradition of UFA bipartisanship and work together to ensure this does not happen. I'm concerned, however, about some of the bills our counterparts across the aisle have suggested will be under consideration. Some of these bills would prevent FDA from insisting on adequate data from clinical trials and forcing it to approve drugs and devices on an incomplete record. These proposals would prove disastrous for the safety and efficacy of our drugs and devices. Another would enrich the pharmaceutical industry by gutting the time-tested system of incentives provided under Hatch-Waxman. The cost of this windfall would fall on the backs of American patients who, under that proposal, would be forced to pay monopoly drug prices for 15 years. Another controversial proposal our majority intends to consider would fundamentally reform FDA's mission by adding things like, quote, economic growth, innovation, competitiveness, and job creation, end quote, to the agency's priorities. The title of this hearing suggests that our colleagues across the aisle also believe that creating jobs should be one of FDA's many responsibilities. I hope we would all agree that FDA should not take jobs into consideration when it's reviewing the safety and effectiveness of a new medicine. We want FDA to ensure that our drugs and devices are safe and effective. Whether jobs will be created is simply not a part of that scientific public health question. As a matter of fact, some of the new drugs, if they are higher priced and don't do any more than the older drugs, may be a financial burden, and one could then evaluate that at FDA, which is also not FDA's appropriate role. It appears that many of these proposals are driven by rhetoric insisting that FDA has become too demanding of companies seeking to market their drugs and devices. And as a result, innovation and jobs are being driven abroad. When we examine claims as serious as these, we must insist on data and on facts. Biased anecdotes from individual constituent companies do not qualify as fact. I'm aware of no reliable data showing that these claims are true. To the contrary, I'm aware of some studies showing, for example, that FDA actually approves drugs faster than our counterparts in Europe. I'm also aware of a study showing that FDA is quite flexible in its requirements in reviewing orphan drug applications. Nord is here today and will testify on this study. We should all be united in the goal of ensuring that we have a strong, well-resourced FDA that is armed with a full complement of authorities to protect us from unsafe drugs and assure that these drugs work. That's FDA's fundamental mission, and it's in no one's interest to have a weak FDA. American consumers depend on FDA. If Americans lose confidence in the FDA, they will lose confidence in the pharmaceutical and medical device industries as well. One final point, I appreciate we're looking at the increased globalization of our drug supply as a feature of this hearing. It's critically important. FDA has indicated it needs an updated set of tools to deal with this dramatically different marketplace, and I look forward to hearing more on this issue from our witnesses today. Mr. Dingell, Mr. Pallone, Mr. Gett, and I have proposed legislation, the Drug Safety Enhancement Act, that will go a long way toward providing FDA with these much-needed resources and authorities. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back to the
Chair thanks the gentleman and now recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Lance, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Congress first authorized PDUFA in response to lagging approval times for prescription drugs at the FDA. Under the agreement, the FDA collects funds from drug sponsors to help expedite the human drug approval process. Not only has PDUFA improved the approval times of drugs, but the past authorizations have led to improved safety policies, better communication, and improved regulatory processes at the FDA. The current reauthorization, PDUFA 5, includes provisions to provide the FDA with tools to make safe and effective new medicines available to patients in a more efficient, consistent, and timely manner while maintaining the high review standards for safety and efficacy. Additionally, the agreement contains new provisions to address problems that have arisen since PDUFA 4. This includes the implementation of a new benefit-risk framework, patient-focused drug development, standardization of the risk evaluation and mitigation strategies, and a new implementation plan for the rare disease program, something that is close to my heart. I look forward to hearing from the panels on their views on the agreement and working with my colleagues on both sides of the aisle on the committee to reauthorize this vitally important legislation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield the balance of my time to Dr. Murphy.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. As this committee begins the process of reauthorizing the Prescription Drug User Fee Act, it's important to look back and where we were when this was first enacted. Prior to the first PDUFA agreement in '92, it took almost 2 years for the FDA to review new drug applications, and roughly 70% of all new drugs were entering the market overseas before they became available to U.S. patients. By 2007, review time for new drugs had been reduced to just over 1 year. The backlog of applications had been built up prior to PDUFA had been cleared, and today 50% of new drugs are now marketed in the United States, first making us the world leader in bringing new treatments to market. The certainty and transparency provided to drug manufacturers as a result of PDUFA have been key drivers of economic development in the biopharmaceutical sector. In 2009, the industry was directly supporting almost 650,000 jobs and as many as 4 million jobs indirectly, while boasting a total economic impact of $918 billion annually. Now, industry and the FDA have come together and negotiate an agreement that seeks to expand transparency and consistency in the drug approval process while continuing to ensure patient safety. As this committee reviews this agreement, we must have 3 priority goals. 1, ensuring the safety of patients. 2, facilitating access to new treatments for patients as soon and as safely as possible. And 3, establishing a review process that continues to allow the U.S. pharmaceutical job to flourish. Let us gather the facts on these 3 essential goals and work together towards a bill that saves lives and saves jobs. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I will yield to Dr. Gingrey of Georgia.
Mr. Chairman, I thank the gentleman from Pennsylvania for yielding to me. The reauthorization of the FDA user fee program presents Congress with the opportunity to improve upon the current U.S. drug and device approval pathway. These hearings also present us with an opportunity to work together for patients and businesses back home in our districts who tell us that reform is long overdue. I look forward to working with my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to accomplish this worthy goal. To Dr. Hamburg, a special welcome. It's good to see you before this subcommittee again, Dr. Hamburg. You and I have spent time talking over the past year and a half about the potential that regulatory science holds, as well as the need to spur antibiotic drug development. And I want to commend you for your leadership in these fields. Personally, thank you for your support of our efforts on generating antibiotic incentives now, the GAIN Act, H.R. 2182. To my GAIN Act original co-sponsors, Gene Green, Ed Whitfield, Diana DeGette, John Shimkus, Anna Issue, Mike Rogers, and the latest addition, and not the least, Ed Markey. Thank you for your efforts and that of your staff on the GAIN Act. This is truly a bipartisan piece of legislation. We created it together. We have advocated for it together, and it is because of our combined efforts that it is a real chance of becoming law. Finally, thank you to the long list of GAIN Act supporters, and specifically the Pew Charitable Trust, which I see will be testifying on the second panel. With that, Mr. Chairman, I thank you for the time, and I yield back.
Chair, thanks, gentlemen. Yields to the ranking member of the subcommittee, Mr. Pallone, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Pitts, and I welcome today's hearing and very much looking forward to working together on the critical business of this subcommittee. This is the beginning of a multi-month process in this subcommittee that will involve many hearings, lengthy deliberations, negotiations amongst members and staff, and final legislation on critical FDA policy. The User Fee Acts, which has become known as the UFAs, will include reauthorizations of some successful and some not as successful FDA programs. This will be our subcommittee's opportunity working alongside the FDA, industry, and other stakeholders to build upon and improve these critical programs. It will also include some new programs, such as the Generic Drug User Fee Program, that I'm optimistic will help to advance generic drug utilization in this country. But today's hearing will focus on the reauthorization of the Prescription Drug User Fee Act, otherwise known as PDUFA. Originally authorized in '92, PDUFA has provided FDA with the additional resources it needs to efficiently review an application for a new drug or biologic to enter the marketplace. I'd like to first applaud the FDA and the brand drug industry for coming together on this thorough and responsible agreement. PDUFA has been a remarkable success, giving patients access to safe, effective, and breakthrough medical treatments while supporting the advancement of science and promoting a thriving pharmaceutical industry in the United States. And I know that we all agree that failure to reauthorize PDUFA in a timely manner would be extraordinarily disruptive and a misstep for all parties involved. So I look forward to hearing from our witnesses about the important compromises made in this agreement and how it will help to strengthen the PDUFA program overall. That said, I'd like to note that as we set out to reauthorize this program for a fourth time, an important issue remains unresolved, and that's the growing globalization of the drug marketplace. I believe that Americans deserve the confidence that the drugs they rely on will help them get better and not make them more sick. That's why, along with Mr. Dingell, Mr. Waxman, and Ms. DeGette, I'll be advocating for critical provisions of the Drug Safety Enhancement Act to be included in these reauthorizations. The bill would equip the FDA with the increased authorities and resources it needs to keep pace with an increasingly international marketplace of products. It's imperative that the FDA play a role in improving quality and safety standards of manufacturing facilities abroad. This legislative process presents a unique opportunity for this subcommittee to make extraordinary changes to enhance our drug safety laws. And it's my hope that my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, consumer advocates, and the regulated industry can all come together to ensure we address the safety of the nation's drug supply in a meaningful way. Also under discussion today is the reauthorization of two pediatric programs, the Best Pharmaceuticals for Children's Act, BPCA, and the Pediatric Research Equity Act, PREA, which are designed to provide necessary research on the appropriate use of prescription drugs in pediatric populations. These programs have been crucial in the successful cultivation of important research used by doctors and parents to better determine what kind of drug therapy is safest and most appropriate for a child. Above all else, we must ensure that the prescriptions our children use are tested appropriately and deemed safe. I believe that we can all agree that we have an enormous responsibility to our children to make certain that they have access to the best possible medical treatment. BPCA and PREA are two different but complementary approaches towards accomplishing that goal. Now, the regulatory authority granted to FDA under PREA is linked to the expiration of BPCA and thus will also expire at the end of this fiscal year. I understand there are proposals being offered by some members on the subcommittee that would sunset the expirations on both programs, and I have some concerns with that approach. So I'm eager to hear from our witnesses about their views on the linkage and expiration of these programs. But now it's time for us to get to work on these critical issues. It's my hope that our subcommittee can work in a bipartisan manner and produce strong consensus legislation. And again, I want to thank all our witnesses for being here today, including Ms. Hamburg, who I have to say, with regard to Ms. Hamburg, she has been incredibly cooperative, come to my district, and I know other districts, to talk about the FDA, and I do believe we've made substantial progress under your leadership, so I want to commend you for that. Thanks. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Chair, thanks to gentlemen. We have two panels today. Our first panel will have just one witness, Dr. Margaret Hamburg, Commissioner of FDA, and we're happy to have you with us today. Dr. Hamburg, you're recognized for 5 minutes for your opening statement.
And members of the subcommittee, I am Dr. Margaret Hamburg, Commissioner of Food and Drugs, and I really do appreciate this opportunity to discuss the reauthorization of both the Prescription Drug User Fee Act and legislation to promote pediatric drug testing, laws that will expire if not reauthorized this year. I'll also talk about FDA's efforts to promote science and innovation, as well as the continuing challenges of ensuring the safety of medical products in a global marketplace. I'm joined today by Dr. Teresa Mullen, who's the Director of the Office of Planning and Informatics in the Center for Drug Evaluation and Research, and Deborah Otter, Deputy Commissioner for Global Regulatory Operations and Policy. Dr. Mullen actually served as FDA's lead negotiator during the recent PDUFA reauthorization discussions and leads our long-range planning efforts within the Center for Drug Evaluation and Research. I've also charged Ms. Otter, Deb Otter, in a new role recently to really help the agency to adapt to the challenges of globalization and import safety as the Deputy Commissioner of a newly reorganized entity to really focus on the important challenges. Both are very distinguished and are available to help answer some of the questions that you may have based on their ample experience and knowledge. I'm pleased to report that we've transmitted our recommendations for 3 user fee programs to help fund our prescription drug, generic drug, and biosimilar review programs to Congress ahead of schedule. I'm also very pleased to announce this morning that FDA and industry have also agreed in principle to a user fee program for medical devices. Congress first enacted the Prescription Drug User Fee Act, also known as PDUFA, back in 1992, has been noted. Before PDUFA, FDA's review process was understaffed, unpredictable, and slow. Patients in the United States often had to wait for new products that were already available in foreign countries. PDUFA revolutionized the drug approval process by providing the funding necessary for us to conduct faster, more predictable reviews. In the nearly 20 years since PDUFA was first enacted, FDA has approved over 1,500 new drugs and biologics. In the last fiscal year, FDA approved 35 new groundbreaking medicines, actually the largest number, second to only one other year in the last couple of decades. We were able to approve 2 new treatments for hepatitis C, groundbreaking medicines using more advanced science, targeting molecular targets, linking diagnostics and therapeutics. We approved the first drug for Hodgkin's lymphoma in 30 years and the first drug for lupus in 50 years. And just this week, we approved innovative new drugs to treat cystic fibrosis and skin cancer, and we did it ahead of our PDUFA performance goals. The United States now, in fact, leads the world in the introduction of novel drugs. We look forward to working with the subcommittee on the 5th authorization of PDUFA. In keeping with the requirements Congress put into place, we negotiated this new PDUFA agreement with industry while regularly consulting consumer, patient, and healthcare professional organizations. The agreement contains several enhancements that address the concerns raised by industry and public stakeholders, as well as the agency's priorities. These enhancements include initiatives to improve communication between FDA and industry to speed up drug development, advance the science behind drug regulation, particularly around rare diseases, enhance the way FDA evaluates the risks and benefits of therapies, modernize FDA's drug safety system, and require electronic submissions and standardize the format of the data that we receive. Together, these improvements, along with additional funding industry will be providing under the agreement, will allow us to maintain our nation's leadership in drug development while preserving our high standards for safety and efficacy. On the same timetable for reauthorization as PDUFA are two laws designed to ensure that drugs are appropriately tested for their use in children, entitled the Best Pharmaceuticals for Children Act and the Pediatric Research Equity Act, also known as BPCA and PREA. These two laws have dramatically improved our understanding of the safety and efficacy of drugs prescribed for our children. And I want to thank Representatives Mike Rogers and Anna Eshoo, who are leading the reauthorization efforts on these important laws. Before enactment of BPCA in 1997, all too often healthcare professionals were forced to rely on imprecise and ineffective methods to provide medications for children, such as adjusting dosing based on weight or crushing pills and mixing them in food. But today, as a result of BPCA and PREA, approximately 400 drugs have been studied and labeled specifically for pediatric use. We welcome the opportunity to work with Congress to reauthorize these successful programs. Lastly, I'll turn to the challenges posed by globalization and FDA's efforts to meet these challenges. Today, approximately 40% of the drugs Americans take are manufactured outside our borders, and up to 80% of the active pharmaceutical ingredients in those drugs come from foreign sources. Over the next decade, FDA will transform itself from a domestic agency operating in a globalized world to a truly global agency fully prepared for a regulatory environment in which product safety and quality knows no borders. To achieve this transformation, the agency is developing a new, more international operating model that relies on strengthened collaboration, improved information sharing and gathering, data-driven risk analytics, and the smart allocation of resources. We're eager to work with Congress to ensure that our regulatory authorities keep pace with an increasingly globalized world. So I thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I'm happy to address any questions that you may have.
Chair, thanks, gentlelady, and I'll now begin the questioning and recognize myself for 5 minutes for that purpose. Commissioner, I believe the PDUFA agreement contains helpful improvements to the drug review process, and I'm particularly interested in the process improvements for the review of new molecular entities. Would you explain these improvements and how they will add to the predictability and transparency of the review process?
Well, there are a number of important elements. One is, to really focus on the transparency, consistency, and predictability issues that are so important to industry that you mentioned through enhanced communication and sitting down early in the process and midway through the process to really make sure that we all understand where we are, where we're going, what are the expectations, and to be able to much more rapidly surface issues as they emerge and address them so that we can, really streamline the process and avoid unnecessary delays or confusions.
I understand that FDA and the industry have a tentative agreement on the medical device user fees. As you know, Chairman Upton and I have set a deadline of reauthorizing the user fees by the end of June. I think my colleagues on the other side of the aisle would agree that reauthorizing the user fees by the end of June is in the best interest of the FDA and the American people. We received the 3 other user fee proposals by January 15, but we did not receive the medical device user fee proposal as required under statute. Given the need to reauthorize the user fees as soon as possible, when will the FDA send us the legislative language and the proposed agreement for the medical device user fee Act so this committee can begin its work? Could you give us a specific date? And how does the administration plan to expedite the process so the committee can give the device information, get that information as soon as possible?
Well, we are really delighted to be able to come before you this morning and say that we have an agreement in principle and that was actually just announced within the last hours. There are still some I's to dot and T's to cross. We will move as swiftly as we can to be able to present it to all of you to begin to work on. We do want to follow the process that Congress laid out for us, of course, though, which does require that the recommendations be presented at a public meeting and also that a docket be opened with at least 30 days of comment. As soon as we have finalized this agreement, and we're very nearly there, we will begin that process, and while I can't specify an exact date, we are very mindful of the time frame that you have set forward, very appreciative of that time frame that you've set forward, and we are very eager to move this as swiftly and as surely as possible. This is an important agreement, and one that we're very, very pleased to be able soon to finalize and move to this next stage.
Thank you. Companies that want to manufacture prescription drugs in the U.S. are at a competitive disadvantage because there are manufacturing plants in China with very little oversight. Now, there's a 2-year inspection requirement for domestic manufacturers, but no similar requirement for foreign manufacturers, including those located in China. Shouldn't we ensure that our regulatory oversight system does not create an uneven playing field for American manufacturers? Wouldn't a risk-based inspections approach make more sense in ensuring resources are spent inspecting higher risk facilities like those in China rather than setting arbitrary statutory requirements?
Well, I think the issue of how we can really respond to the globalized world that we live in, where there are manufacturing facilities around the world that are making products coming into the United States, is one of the most important challenges before us, and certainly one of the priorities that I've taken on during my tenure as commissioner. We very much need to rethink many of the ways that we've traditionally done business. Many of our authorities were actually put in place in a world that looked very different back when President Roosevelt created the modern FDA in 1938. Most drugs were, in fact, produced in this country, and that is certainly not the case anymore. So we are both trying to expand our ability to do inspections internationally, which are more complex and a bit more costly. We certainly are trying to introduce in risk-based approaches so that we use our limited resources as widely as possible. We're also trying to work more closely with regulatory counterparts who share this challenge of having to do inspections in many more places and many more countries, so that we can actually share information and begin to, in many instances, rely on the work of others to leverage resources towards the goal of expanding our presence internationally and, as you say, leveling the playing field so that people who have manufacturing overseas don't have to wait longer than those that are producing domestically. We also think that by more coordination with regulatory authorities, we can reduce the burden on industry by having more harmonization of standards, approaches, and expectations, and perhaps reducing the overall number of inspections that they will be subject to.
Chair, thanks, gentlelady, and yields to the ranking member, Mr. Pallone, for 5 minutes for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Hamburg, in your testimony, you mentioned the challenges posed by increasing the global marketplace. As you know, Mr. Dingell, Ms. DeGette, Mr. Waxman, and I have introduced a bill, the Drug Safety Enhancement Act, that gives FDA some authorities and an infusion of resources to address these challenges. Could you comment on the bill and whether FDA supports the bill? And some have asserted that FDA already has the authority to do some of the things that are included in the bill, and that FDA could just proceed with its current authority. Can you comment to to what extent that's true and whether having explicit new authority would be helpful.
You know, we really do feel, as I mentioned, that the ability to respond to the challenges of a globalized world is among the most important issues before us, and that we really have increased vulnerabilities and increased demands that, you know, really threaten our ability to fulfill our critical mission to ensure the safety of products that the American people use and count on. So we are very eager to work with the members of this committee and members of Congress more broadly to identify authorities that will make a difference in our ability to better ensure the safety of the supply chain and these important products that are being manufactured and distributed on a global basis, to enable us to do better screening of products coming into this country, to be able to act when we identify products that are coming in that may pose a risk in terms of safety and quality. So we are very, very interested in the work that you're doing, appreciate your leadership, and stand ready to provide whatever information that we can.
Thank you. A topic that's garnered a lot of attention over the years is the issue surrounding conflicts of interest on FDA's advisory panels. Obviously, if the advisory committee is to be credible and useful, it has to have a limited number of members who have conflicts. In the 2007 legislation, we included a provision that prohibited FDA from seating more than a certain percentage of conflicted advisory committee members. But both before and since the 2007 law, FDA has encountered difficulty trying to fill advisory committees with qualified and unconflicted members. And many have asserted that the waiver caps are to blame, but my understanding is that FDA has not come close to hitting those caps. So I'm concerned about reports of weakened advisory committee because I think they're very important. I wanted to ask you, do you agree that FDA has indeed encountered problems in filling advisory committees in recent years? And what's the impact, if so, of these vacancies on the ability of FDA to obtain expertise? Have there been instances in which the advisory committee meetings were delayed because FDA could not identify a sufficient number of outside experts? And to what extent are the waiver caps the problem or, you know, related to this?
Well, this is a very important issue and one, you know, that very much goes to our ability to bring the best possible science to bear on our decision making. We also must have a process that has integrity. And so we have been, you know, working on this issue, talking with stakeholders and reviewing our policies and experience. It is one of those issues, unfortunately, in a way that the more you get into it, the thornier and more complex it gets. And on the one hand, there are people who would like to see us step away and relax some of our conflict of interest policies so that we can bring those individuals who are most expert to the table to serve on our advisory committees. And there are others on the other end of the spectrum who are very, very concerned that we need to have individuals who do not have.
I'm just trying to, I know just because of my time's limited, but specifically, have there been problems filling these advisory committees in recent years?
At the present time, as you noted, we are not bumping up against our cap in terms of waivers. And we've actually been making an aggressive effort to fill empty slots on our advisory committees and have made progress. It is a challenge to get people on our advisory committees for many reasons. Both it's a huge time
do you have any
commitment.
Ideas about what you could do to improve it?
Well, I
that
think
we could help in some way with the legislation?
You know, we've been looking at this pretty closely, and we don't at the moment see major areas where a legislative fix is required, but I think it's something that we want to continue to work on. The input and engagement with our various stakeholders is absolutely crucial, and you know, the role of the advisory committees is very foundational to a lot of what we do, and so we want to make sure that we have the right balance of expertise without conflict of interest that might compromise the value of the input of those individuals. And we do think that transparency is a very important aspect of moving forward on this, and that is a strategy that enables often individuals to be able to bring their expertise with fuller understanding also, though, of their engagement either with sponsors of a product or an industry, or positions that they have taken in the past on related issues.
Thank you.
Chair thanks gentlemen and recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Lance, for 5 minutes for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning to you, Dr. Hamburg. I've not had the privilege of meeting you previously, and it's my honor to do so. On the front of advancing personalized medicine, what steps might the FDA be taking to modernize the current regulatory structure? I have a bill in the hopper, the Modern Cures Act, that I believe might be able to be helpful in this area.
Well, it's such an important area, and we certainly are on the cusp of dramatic advances in terms of opportunities for care and treatment. And we are already seeing breakthroughs, including a new therapy that was announced yesterday for cystic fibrosis, where we were able to really see a therapy targeted to individuals with a particular genetic marker and really treat the underlying pathway of a disease in a new way. With respect to activities at the FDA to enable us to really realize the potential of personalized medicine, a major area of focus is the investments in advancing regulatory science that we have embarked on with our colleagues in industry and academia. And I'm very happy that a focus on new investments in regulatory science is part of the PDUFA 5 agreement, because I think that will enable us to further develop the tools that will matter to both drug development and regulatory review, and enable us to really target therapies for the people who will respond, or for the people who will have unacceptable adverse consequences of therapy. We can also stratify populations and learn who will benefit and who will perhaps have unacceptable
Right. Thank you.
risks.
I look
Just
forward
one
to
other thing, I've also reorganized the agency in order to try to bring new leadership in, and we have a deputy commissioner for medical products who has a background in personalized medicine, and he will be working across drugs, biologics, and devices to coordinate activities, which is very important to make personalized medicine real.
Yeah. Thank you. I look forward
Sorry.
to working with you on that. Section 9 of the goals letter, enhancing regulatory science and expediting drug development, includes a subsection on advancing development of drugs for rare diseases. Specifically, the proposal provides for, by the end of FY 2013, that the FDA will complete a staffing and implementation plan for the CEDAR Rare Disease Program within the Office of New Drugs, and the CBER Rare Disease Liaison within the Office of Center Director. And the FDA will increase by 5 the staff of the CEDAR Rare Disease Program, and will establish and fill the CBER Rare Disease Liaison position. Would you please indicate to the committee assurances that you can provide that these additional staff will lead to greater efficiency and not create an additional layer of delay with no or limited value?
You know, I think that we are moving in a direction that's very positive and will help support and extend our efforts in the rare and neglected disease area. I think it is an area where we've made, terrific progress in terms of being able to work with sponsors to identify new promising drug candidates and move them through the system, where we've been able to apply new and better science and more flexible regulatory tools, innovative clinical trial designs being one important aspect of that. And I think you'll have the opportunity to hear more about that. But I think what the new proposal in the PDUFA agreement will enable us to do will be to have some individuals who are really focused on some of the unique needs and concerns in the rare and neglected disease areas, and to be able to work across many components of the agency to ensure that we are doing all that we can, bringing the best possible science to bear and never forgetting this important aspect of drug development and getting new products to the people who need them.
Thank you, Commissioner. And finally, on biomarkers, innovative drug development is increasingly dependent on the use of new biomarkers of disease to target the right patients. What is the FDA doing to encourage the use of biomarkers in drug development?
It's such a key aspect of how we can bring new and better science to bear on drug development and drug review. We already have been, quite involved in biomarker development, including through the biomarker consortium that brings industry and academia together with government, both FDA and NIH, to try to identify and validate biomarkers for regulatory use. Biomarkers have an essential role to play in identifying potential toxicities, so that if a drug is going to fail, it can fail early and we can speed the process. Biomarkers have a critical role to play in terms of serving as surrogate endpoints for clinical trials, so that we can get important information about whether a drug is working or not without having to have extended trials and follow the whole course of the disease, to give us early indications. And in other ways, really gives us tools to accelerate the drug development process and the review process. It's an area that industry shares our excitement and enthusiasm about the opportunities in science, and I think its inclusion in the PDUFA 5 agreement reflects that we think that by focusing on this area, we can really make huge strides forward.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair thanks, gentlemen, and recognize the gentlelady from California, Ms. Capps, for 5 minutes for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you so much for your testimony, Dr. Hamburg, and for being with us today. You and your team have done such terrific work coming together on the PDUFA 5 agreement, and I look forward to working with you to move this bill forward. I also want to acknowledge that while these user fee agreements are a critical piece to ensuring the FDA has the resources to do its job and continue to be the gold standard in this work around the world, at the same time, we here in Congress must not shirk our responsibility to adequately fund the agency so that you can do that work. And I hope that in our bipartisan agreements today and support that we'll also work across the aisle during the appropriations time to do just that. I hope to get to two topics in this very fast-moving 5 minutes that I have. In your testimony, Dr. Hamburg, you mentioned the Sentinel system for post-market surveillance. This program holds great promise for more efficient and effective post-market surveillance to protect the public's health, save money on research, and curb potential drug recalls. Your testimony says that PDUFA 5 will allow user fees to, and this is a quote, to determine the feasibility of using Sentinel to evaluate drug safety issues that may require regulatory action. Would you explain just a little bit more, but not too long, about what that means? How do the goals described in PDUFA 5 differ or expand upon the pilot projects that have already been completed in PDUFA 4?
Well, of course, FDAB began us on the path of really strengthening our post-marketing surveillance capabilities and focusing on safety in the post-market setting. And what we hope to be able to accomplish now with PDUFA 5 is to really use the data available in the post-market setting and the data management and analytic tools to be able to very quickly ask and get answers to questions of an emerging drug safety concern. If we hear that a particular drug might be associated with an elevated risk of another kind of problem, we can query the database, and we're now up to 100 million patient lives in the database, and get an answer that will help us to determine the level of concern associated with an emerging safety issue, and help us decide, do we really need to ask for additional clinical studies to further evaluate the safety risk, or are we comfortable with a determination that it is not doesn't appear to be a true correlation?
I understand. That's important. Just on the side, do you have the authority, should you need to scale, to expand and scale up this program, do you have the authority on your own to evaluate and make decisions along the way?
I believe that we have all the authorities that we need, and obviously PDUFA 5 will help to give us additional resources that we need. And part of what's exciting about what we're doing as well is that it is a real partnership working with the private sector and the broader patient community in terms of being able to access important data, which of course is held utilized in a patient confidential manner.
Right.
But we do now have these large information resources that enable us to do things that we couldn't do before.
Great. Another topic, in your testimony you touched on the scale-up of electronic submissions to the agency. And in July, I asked your colleague Janet Woodcock about reports that clinical trial data be submitted to the FDA do not routinely include reporting based on sex or other important demographics. As you may know, this issue is one we have long struggled with. It's a key component of a bill that I have, my Heart for Women Act. In her response, she noted that while she couldn't confirm these reports, the use of electronic submissions would make it easier for the FDA to identify if companies are indeed submitting the disaggregated data as required by law. Can you tell me where the agency is at this moment on moving toward an electronic-only submission system, and what are the bench forwards marks put forward in PDUFA 5 for that kind of adoption?
Yeah, well, we're very excited about this component of PDUFA 5. It has many benefits, both streamlining and modernizing our systems to help speed review and reduce burdens ultimately on both industry and our staff. But it has the additional benefit that it will enable us to deal with data in much more targeted ways, and to be able to ask and answer critical questions around such important matters as gender and race and age and other factors that we very much need to understand more deeply to be able to provide the best possible products and the best possible care to our citizens.
Thank you very much. I yield back.
Chair, thanks the gentlelady. Recognize the gentleman, Dr. Burgess, for 5 minutes for questions.
Thank you, Commissioner, again for being here. Commissioner, we need your help. Last year, February 2011, this committee sent a letter regarding documents from the Food and Drug Administration relating to the issue of contaminated heparin. You recall that national tragedy was prior to your becoming commissioner, but at the same time, we're having difficulty coming to a conclusion on that. And while I recognize that and you talked about the issues of globalization, and that you're no longer going to be a domestic agency, but a global agency, I mean, here's where you have to show value, because you had a compound manufactured in communist China that was used to adulterate a biologically derived product, heparin, a blood thinner. This hypersulfated chondroitin sulfate that was used to contaminate the heparin was a molecule that was produced in a lab and patented in the People's Republic of China, and found its way into our drug supply with loss of life in dialysis centers when people were administered a bolus of heparin. Last year, February 23rd, committee sent a letter. Your Office of Legislative Affairs has documents from at least 4 employees, but we don't have them at the committee level. In November, your agency committed to a timetable to complete the production of heparin documents by the end of January 2012. We're there, but we don't have any documents. So what has been happening over at your Office of Legislative Affairs for over 6 months? This is a poor reflection on the agency, and one where our committee and you all need to work together. It's not happening.
Well, as you point out, heparin was a very serious event. We all take very seriously in terms of the initial response at the time, but also making sure that we have the systems in place to prevent that particular problem from occurring again or other similar problems. I am surprised by what you say, eager to work directly with you to make sure you're getting what you need, because my sense was that our staff was spending literally thousands of hours culling through documents for you, answering questions, briefing committee staff on these issues, that we had sent up some 50,000 pages of documents. But if you...
That, if I may interrupt, that may be the case, but we don't have them. So over the next 2 weeks, can we elicit your help
Absolutely.
in getting this committee and the Subcommittee on Oversight and Investigations the information that it needs?
I commit to working very closely with you to make sure that you're getting the materials that you're requesting and need.
Well, we're all grateful for the more sophisticated testing that would reveal this problem in the future for new heparin, but if there's someone out there who sees value in contaminating our drug supply chain, it may not be heparin next time, it may be something else, and I don't have a sense that we understand what happened when this adulteration occurred. We're all concerned about drug shortages. You hear about it. It's in the newspapers. There's a particular chemotherapeutic agent named Doxil, which you're probably familiar with, that has the company apparently involved in the manufacture of Doxil has said they're not going to make anymore. So now we're in a tough spot because other companies are willing to take up that slack, but all remaining Doxil has to be used for treating patients. It can't be used for doing the clinical trials, randomized clinical trials that would be necessary. So what options do we have in this very rare situation to allow the patients who are depending upon that chemotherapeutic agent to continue to receive it and at the same time speed the approval of generic doses of Doxil?
Well, I'm not familiar with all the details of the particular case of Doxil that you raise, but it speaks to a set of important issues around drug shortages in terms of really needing to work closely with companies to get early warning when decisions are made to discontinue manufacture, or if they believe that there's an emerging quality or manufacturing concern, to help identify other sources of available product to treat the conditions that patients may have when there are potential shortages, and to help work with sponsors to expedite the standing up of new manufacturing capability when
we
necessary.
appreciate this is a complex problem, multifactorial problem, but in this specific instance, what we're asking is, can you use your flexibility on the issue of bioequivalence to help get these patients the drug that they so desperately need?
As I said, I don't know enough about the specifics in terms of the options in that case, so I would not want to comment in the setting. I will certainly go back and make sure that the people with the direct knowledge and expertise
we will follow up
can
with
address
you.
that. Yeah.
Thank you.
Chair, thanks, gentlemen. Recognizes the gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Schakowsky, for 5 minutes for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Dr. Hamburg, for being here. I have 4 questions, and I'm going to get right to them, but I do want to associate myself with Ms. Cabb's complimentary remarks to you, and also the need to make sure that we adequately fund the FDA. My first question is this. There was a 2010 report from the HHS Office of Inspector General which found that, quote, 80% of approved marketing applications for drugs and biologics contain data from foreign clinical trials, unquote. So my question is, does the FDA have adequate resources to do clinical trial oversight in places like China and Peru?
Well, this is part of the overall growing demands on FDA in terms of oversight of both foreign manufacturing facilities and research that's being done in other countries. It certainly is something that we are putting time and attention to. We are working both with the regulatory authorities in a wide range of countries.
Do you have the resources? Do you have the
resources? We need
resources?
additional resources in order to be able to really provide the level of oversight that we think is necessary and appropriate. And we need some new models for doing business as well in terms of coordination with regulatory authorities, sharing information, and also increasing regulatory oversight capacity in many countries to ensure good clinical practice.
So it's authority and resources.
Indeed.
Yeah, great. Have been very interested in the issue of the cosmetic safety. And here's my question. It relates to authority. If the FDA had reason to believe a cosmetic product was harmful, could it issue a mandatory recall of that product?
I believe that we could work with the company to encourage a voluntary recall, but in order to pursue a mandatory recall, we would have to engage with the court system and pursue it through that venue.
There's been a lot of publicity around the product, the hair straightener product, Brazilian Blowout, and I know that the FDA wrote to the manufacturer to inform them they had determined their products to be both misbranded and adulterated, but apparently it's being still used in salons across the United States. So do you plan any further actions against the manufacturer Brazilian Blowout?
It's my understanding that we're involved in some continuing discussions with the manufacturers, trying to better understand the issues involved and working with them around our concerns. I also believe that OSHA is engaged on this issue in terms of some of the workplace health concerns around the people that are providing the services in those beauty salons.
Right, the employees there,
Yeah.
OSHA has moved in on their behalf. Now, I want to ask you about the ubiquitous advertising, direct-to-consumer advertising that we see on television. Some of them, I have to tell you, seem like if you really listen to all of the cautionary things, it's like, and death could result. It seems like always at the end. It's almost humorous to me while you see people skipping through the flower fields. Anyway, what I'm asking is that do you actually have any resources for direct-to-consumer advertising monitoring to ensure that consumers do have a balanced understanding of the drugs and the risks advertised to them, the accuracy of those, and where are we with monitoring those direct-to-consumer ads?
Well, we do have a group that is charged with working on the oversight of direct-to-consumer advertising, and there is a process that involves the screening of the direct-to-consumer advertisements.
But you didn't get fees
But we don't
for
have,
that, right?
We don't have fees associated with that. I gather that in the last PDUFA negotiation it had been identified as a possible area of focus, but actually including it was moved away from for a number of reasons that I think may have included the willingness to match or include budget authority for trigger fees. I'm not sure of all the details, but it was considered in PDUFA.
Let me just say,
but it is not part of PDUFA 5.
Given the prevalence of those ads on television, it seems to me that would be a major focus, and I hope we can work together to make that happen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair, thanks, gentlelady, and recognize the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Guthrie. 5 minutes for questions.
Hey, thanks, Dr. Hamburg. Thanks for coming. Nice to have you here today. I have a related question. I want to get to another question, and it's related because it's user fee related. On the Tobacco Control Act, I have a question on that. The concern is that there's a user fee by tobacco companies to fund the Center for Tobacco Products, and my understanding is there's not the transparency in the use of that money in terms of performance reporting or financial reporting like it is in PDUFA. So PDUFA, you have to account for where that money's being used. My understanding is there's not a report. It was not required statutorily for you to issue a report. I wonder if you have any comment on the transparency or use of those funds.
Well, the user fees that are involved in supporting the tobacco program and its activities are scrutinized, and we have developed, very strict oversight mechanisms and firewalls in terms of their targeted use for tobacco program activities. But you are correct that the legislation did not require the same kind of performance reporting as for other user fees. And, I think that, there are obviously, I would certainly understand that Congress would like to know more about how those user fees are being utilized. I would say that we take, as I said, the oversight of those resources and their appropriate use very seriously, and do have a stringent process that's involved with that.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's commented that y'all were using it improperly, just that they don't have the access to the information that you move. So if I implied that, I apologize. That's not. But just the idea that other user fee programs, and maybe we should have financial reporting. Of course, Congress didn't ask you to do that when we passed that bill before. The one thing, and I've been kind of focused on a little bit, is this use of guidance documents. So I know it's not right on PDUFA, but while we're here talking about that, and just a couple of examples, and I'm not getting into the details of specific, but just one that I'm going to kind of talk from, like draft guidance for industry and FDA staff, commercially distributed in vitro diagnostic products. That, I know that's very detailed. But when that was issued and went forward, there were citations, I think, about 2 weeks after that guidance document. Well, first it was brought forth as non-binding, not for draft, not for implementation. But my understanding is that the FDA has taken actions citing that guidance document, I guess 2 weeks after implementation. So the question is, and I want to leave you time to respond. So essentially the Administrative Procedures Act has the rulemaking process, and there's some concern that FDA is using the guidance documents in a way that should be through the whole rulemaking process with comments. A lot of stakeholders have brought that to our attention. Do you have any comment on the use of guidance documents as binding, even though they say non-binding?
Well, we have found a lot of interest from the industries that we regulate in the role of guidance. There may be some mixed views, but I'll tell you that what I generally hear is that guidances are very useful in giving an indication of where the agency is, where we're going, and thinking about a particular problem, while they are not binding in the same way that that rulemaking is. They're much quicker to put forward, and that they are welcomed. In fact, one of the things that I think came up in the PDUFA negotiations was examining ways to actually support the guidance production system, because there are a lot of areas, personalized medicine being one, where it would be helpful to sponsors of products to have more guidance in order to know what directions to pursue and get the insight into our thinking and approaches. So I think that it is overall, my sense is very useful, but I think it does sometimes create an uncomfortable situation where people don't know whether it's an enforcement document or whether it is simply guidance.
Yeah, I don't disagree with anything you said there at all. I think that you're absolutely right. People want some direction, because the rulemaking process does take time. So where is the direction we need to go in the interim? But I guess the concern is if when they become treated like rules, that they didn't actually go through the Procedures Act, and that's just a concern that we have. Thanks. I yield back.
Chair, thanks, gentlemen. Yields to the ranking member emeritus from Michigan, Mr. Dingell, for 5 minutes for questions.
Mr. Chairman, I thank you. I commend you for this hearing. It is very much needed, and significant reform of food and drug laws is very much needed. I ask unanimous consent my opening statement be inserted into the record at this point. Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent.
Without objection.
I'd like to begin by making a couple of observations. We have renewed PDUFA on a number of occasions and have expanded it to a number of other activities by Food and Drug where a fee is now paid willingly by the industry. Each time this legislation has been extended, it has been extended with the active support of the industry. I authored PDUFA for some very interesting reasons. This committee conducted an extensive investigation of food and drug involving some serious misbehavior, accepting of gratuities and things of that kind, because of the fact that the agency did not have the resources to properly handle the issuance of permits for new pharmaceuticals. And the end result was there were huge numbers of complaints from industry and some very unfortunate corruption existed in the agency. One of the interesting things, and I hope my colleagues will listen to this, about PDUFA, and one of the reasons that it and its half-sisters and brothers have been supported by the industry is that a good pharmaceutical brings into the manufacturer, or did at the time it was first put in place, about $250 million a year. And if each time that a company found that it is delayed in putting a pharmaceutical to work and get it approved, that company finds that it has massive losses stemming from the fact that it cannot market while its patent, which exists for 17 years, is running. Food and Drug does not have the resources to do this. Now, Food and Drug is also moving forward to see to it that they have legislation which would enable them to begin to collect fees for certain changes in the law with regard to other pharmaceutical regulatory activities by that agency. These would impose the same burden on foreign manufacturers who are now bringing in huge amounts of counterfeits and other unfortunate things into this country, to the great detriment and the hurt not only of our law, but also of American manufacturers and Americans who are being poisoned. I would observe that we had a rather hideous example of this when a lot of Americans were killed or hurt seriously by heparin, which came in. So these questions, first of all, to Commissioner Hamburg. Has the law kept up with the changing environment, yes or no?
No.
It is badly in need of change, is it not?
Yes.
And you have a number of changes which you will suggest for the record on this matter. Is that not so?
We would love to work with you on this.
And but the answer is yes.
Yes.
It is also so that these will enable you to address not only changes in domestic production and law as regards domestic production, but also with regard to the foreigners who are now sending in huge amounts of unsafe pharmaceuticals that you simply do not have the resources to address. Is that not so?
It is correct.
Unfortunately, yes.
Yes.
Now, does Food and Drug have the authorities and the resources to adequately oversee such a heavily outsourced drug industry? Yes,
we don't currently have the resources
you
or the
you don't have the
authorities
resources, do you?
to fulfill as we would like our mission.
Good. I'm giving easy questions. These are all yeses.
It's hard to answer just yes or no.
Unless I indicate otherwise. Now, will you submit for the record the key authorities that FDA needs to oversee the drug supply chain?
With pleasure.
Now, one of the additional problems that you have is that the components are now coming in from overseas. In the case of heparin, it was the components which caused the damage to the health of American people, was it not?
We believe that the contaminant was introduced into the crude heparin preparation, yes.
Thank you. Now, I have, Mr. Chairman, an analysis of H.R. 1483, the Drug Safety Enhancement Act, of H.R. 201 of 2011, and I would ask unanimous consent that it be inserted into the record at this point.
Without objection, sir.
Madam Commissioner, one last question. You are familiar with the provisions of 1483. They're significantly similar to the additional powers and resources that Food and Drug received in the last a couple of Congresses ago to address the question of food safety. And you are finding that those new authorities are working very well there, are you not?
Those new authorities are very, very important. We, of course, are struggling to fully implement the demands of the Food Safety Modernization Act, but we are moving forward, and the additional authorities really are able to put us in a position to do things that are very, very important to prevent problems and address them swiftly.
And they particularly allow you to control imports and to address the question of possible seizure of unsafe pharmaceuticals, which you had previously no capacity to address. Is that not so?
That's correct.
Mr. Chairman, I've used more time than I'm entitled to. Thank you for your courtesy.
Chair, thanks, gentlemen. Recognize the gentleman from Georgia, Dr. Gingrey, for 5 minutes for questions.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Dr. Hamburg, I love you just as much as the Chairman Emeritus does. He said he had some easy questions for you. In that spirit, I definitely have one that I think is easy, but another one that may not be quite so easy. But first, for the easier of the two, I'm holding in my hand a news report that ran yesterday from U.S. News and World Report, and it reads, antibiotic-resistant bacteria found in 37 United States states. Can you tell me your thoughts on the magnitude of the threat that antibiotic-resistant bacteria pose to the United States patients?
Antibiotic resistance, as you well know, is a huge and growing problem, and one that we must take very seriously. We are seeing across various classes of antibiotics more and more resistance that is greatly worrisome in terms of rendering important tools for controlling disease and preventing spread. We're seeing them rendered useless, increasing the burden of disease and the costs of care, and potentially putting us in a position in some instances where we don't have the kinds of therapeutic interventions that we've come to expect. So it's something we need to address. We need to address it together, and FDA has a critical role to play.
And I really appreciate that. I'll put in one more plug for the GAIN Act. So much for the easier of the two. Now, this next question is not meant to be unfriendly at all, but I think it's very important. Vice Chairman, or excuse me, Ranking Member of the Health Subcommittee, Mr. Pallone, sort of addressed this earlier. I want to follow up on what he said, though. A number of constituencies, both patients groups and industry, recognize there are great advancements in our understanding of the human genome and science behind biologics. These same constituencies, however, have shared with me their concerns regarding current conflict of interest rules governing the FDA. Their contention is this. If the rules are not changed to take into these emergent sciences, nor the limited number of individuals who understand these emergent sciences, these sciences may progress beyond the FDA's ability to understand how to properly assess some of the proposed treatments. And I understand that currently the cap on the waivers for these conflict of interest rules has not been reached. But I also understand that there are maybe a number of obesity drugs, as an example, within the FDA review process that have been stalled because of a preconceived lack of understanding of the science behind the drugs. I'll cut right to the chase. Simply put, I do not believe the FDA cap is the issue here. I just want to understand this. Is it the FDA's contention that changes to the current conflict of interest rules governing the FDA advisory panels would not benefit the FDA, patient groups, or businesses when considering whether to invest in new drug development?
Well, I think your question raises a number of really important points, and of course goes beyond simply the conflict of interest rules and the advisory committees, but how do we bring in the best possible expertise as we pursue our regulatory oversight of critical products to address critical medical and public health needs. And advisory committees are one important element of that, but there are other ways that we do it as well. You know, for example, you mentioned obesity drugs. Well, we have a working relationship now spearheaded out of George Washington University, where we're trying to bring together critical partners to help us think through how we can really improve our regulatory pathways for obesity reduction drugs, including you know, healthcare providers, scientific experts, and patients. So I think, you know, there are different ways to bring in expertise, and part of what's exciting in PDUFA 5, I think, is the focus on investments in regulatory science, which is an important venue for bringing the right expertise together, framing the right questions, and making sure that we bring the best minds to bear and getting the critical answers.
Well, let me interrupt you because I'm just about out of time, and I'm encouraged to hear that, and I thank you for that response. But that's why I'm supportive, quite honestly, of my colleague from Texas, Dr. Burgess's bill in regard to lifting these caps on waivers so that we have that expertise, and maybe we approach it from two aspects. But thank you very much, Dr. Hamburg, and Mr. Chairman. I yield back at this time. Thank you.
Thanks, gentlemen, and recognize the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Ross, for 5 minutes for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Commissioner Hamburg. Thank you for joining us today. I believe that keeping a safe, affordable emergency inhaler available without a prescription, specifically Primatene Mist, is critical for asthmatics. Therefore, I'm a little confused as to why the FDA took Primatene Mist off the market after December 31st of last year. Primatene's been available for over 40 years, and now because of an environmental issue, not a health issue, but an EPA environmental issue, the FDA has pulled Primatene from retail shelves and will not allow the existing supply chain to be sold. Here's why this concerns me. If the FDA allowed the existing supply to be sold, asthmatics could have access to an over-the-counter emergency inhaler for at least the next few months until another affordable over-the-counter emergency inhaler without harmful environmental impacts, as alleged by the EPA, is approved. Not only did the FDA deny access to the Primatene Mist in our supply chain, but you have now stopped the Phase 3 studies for development of an over-the-counter replacement for Primatene Mist. And now Americans are without an OTC emergency inhaler, and probably will be for the rest of the year, when there are at least 1 million units of this inhaler sitting in a warehouse in California. So Americans now have to go see a doctor. If they get a prescription, then they've got to get it filled if they can afford it as a substitute for this over-the-counter product. And here's where it really hits home for me. I represent a very large, a very rural, a very poor district. And Primatene Mist can be purchased over-the-counter for asthmatic patients for $20, and prescription albuterol is costing those same patients $50 to $65. And the cost is not only to consumers, but also to the government. It's estimated it's costing our government, the federal government, between $300 million and $1.1 billion due to asthmatics' increased hospitalizations, ER visits, and an increased cost of going from the over-the-counter inhaler to one that requires a prescription. And of course, much of this cost of the $300 million to $1.1 billion obviously is coming from Medicare and Medicaid, because there's not another OTC emergency inhaler. So these figures are taken from the FDA's final rule ordering the removal of Primatene Mist based on not 2012 but 2008 cost estimates. So when we say it's costing the government $300 million to $1.1 billion, those are probably low numbers. And I believe the denial letter from the EPA states it deferred to the FDA in denying the sale of the last remaining units. In other words, the EPA left it up to FDA. FDA chose not to. A lot of folks where I come from, they can't afford a $50 substitute for a $20 product that they've been taking for way too many years because of their asthmatic condition. And so I would ask or suggest that you look into resolving this issue by considering releasing the remaining units of Primatene Mist and expedite the development of an emergency over-the-counter inhaler for asthma that is affordable and back on the U.S. market as soon as possible. And I'd love to get your comments and thoughts on that.
Well, it's obviously a complicated issue, but I think it's important to understand the broader context and the medical issues here. As part of the Montreal Convention, there was a move, there was an environmental issue, as you point out, to remove chlorofluorocarbons from various products, including asthma inhalers. It's been a very long transition period, and we've been working with the various manufacturers of asthma inhalers to transition towards other delivery vehicles that don't have the CFCs. Of course, the manufacturer of Primatene Mist has been part of these discussions, and they were given a extended period, some additional time for transition, and we had indicated that we would welcome an application for another product. But in terms of the concerns you raise about the public health of individuals, I want to make it clear that there really is, we engaged in a very broad process of consensus development about the medical necessity of this product, talking with healthcare providers, scientific experts, public health professionals, and patients and patient groups. And there is great concern about Primatene Mist or over-the-counter epinephrine-based, solely epinephrine asthma inhaler being used without the oversight and management of a medical provider, and that it's really in the best interests of patients that have asthma, which can be a very serious and life-threatening condition, to have a medical provider. There are better treatments for the management of asthma overall. The epinephrine inhaler is a transient effect that briefly improves moderate symptoms, but doesn't address the underlying cause of the asthma. And so, we really think that in the best interests of individuals, having access to a medical provider, going to a community health center for where you pay on the basis of your ability to pay, local free clinic or public hospital, or there are also sponsored programs to make medicines available at cheaper rates by various companies, is important to the overall health and well-being of individuals suffering from asthma. I recognize the inconvenience of not being able to get an over-the-counter product for immediate relief if you don't have your prescription inhaler with you, etc. We really tried to make it a smooth phase-out process with ample warning and information, both to enable patients to find alternative products and healthcare providers, and to ensure that the health of individuals would be protected. I understand the issues that you're raising and the concerns that you have.
Well, it's not about convenience. It's not about trying to sell these million units that are in a warehouse in California. It's about having a product that people can afford. Too many of my folks can't afford to go to a doctor. They can't afford a $50 inhaler. They're having a tough time affording a $20 inhaler. I'm just saying we ought to continue, whatever CFCs are out there, they've been out there and people have been on this stuff forever, and in order to be able to breathe. And we ought to find a way to be able to let them continue to get it until another over-the-counter product that's EPA approved can be developed. Otherwise, they can't afford it. They're going without it. They're showing up in the emergency room, and it's costing our government well over $1 billion as we make this transition.
The gentleman's time has expired. Chairman Chang, thanks, gentlemen. Recognize the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Latta, for 5 minutes for questions.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Commissioner, thanks very much for being with us today. Greatly appreciate it. And very interesting testimony today. I'd like to just kind of switch a little bit over to on the pediatric side. And I see in your testimony, you state that, both these statutes, the BPCA and the PREA, are continuing to foster an environment that promotes pediatric studies and build an infrastructure for pediatric trials that previously were non-existent. But if I could, I'd just kind of like to, from experience I've had, I've talked to a lot of pediatric docs, researchers, hospitals, and parents of children that have severe illnesses. And I guess I'd like to ask you, are we, first of all, is there a, what they see it as that the adult side sometimes is getting more of the dollars that are going in for the research? And on the second question is, when these drugs are coming through, are they getting equal treatment as the adult medicines that are going when the FDA is making its determinations and decisions?
Well, I think that the BPCA and PREA legislation has been enormously helpful in creating a framework to really focus attention on the importance of doing pediatric studies on drugs that had previously really been only studied in adult populations, and providing some incentives to move in that direction. We still have a considerable ways to go. There are, I think, reasons why pediatric trials often are not as likely to be done as adult trials that include both the recruitment issues of getting kids into trials, both logistics and ethics issues. And
can I interrupt you right there? To solve that, then, when you're talking about getting the kids into the trials and also the ethics issue, how should we go about trying to get that changed or promote to get more children into them so that these drugs can be checked?
I think that this path is a good one, and we need to continue these programs and strengthen them as it becomes more routine for drug sponsors to be expected to also examine the drugs in pediatric populations. It both creates a very different climate where there is now an expectation and a commitment and accountability for doing so. And it also, I think, helps to expand the opportunities and the expertise for doing pediatric clinical trials. But I think it's an area, obviously it's not exclusively within the realm of FDA, but where we need to as a nation, be continuing to put more attention and resources to create pediatric clinical trial networks, to train the clinical researchers to do that work, and to encourage, both on the medical product and the medical device side, more innovation and attention to the needs of pediatric populations.
Let me ask then, would that be how you'd answer, because again, in your testimony you say that there's slow but deliberate process is being made in the studying the safety and the efficiency of the approved therapies and for certain ages. Would you say that would be the same thing then, that it's trying to get these, getting the children into these tests, or how would you address that statement in your testimony?
To be honest, I'm not quite sure the question you're asking, but
because you state that there's a slow but deliberate progress is being made in these studies, but and again, is that going back to the whole issue of trying to get the children and maybe infants into some of these studies and the ethics side?
I see. There definitely are some additional barriers, I think, to recruiting pediatric patients into clinical trials, and we need to work on those. And I think it is, as I said, a broader issue of really having the support for the clinical trial networks, the training of the pediatric researchers, the education of both families and pediatric community providers about the importance of pediatric clinical trials and the opportunities that they can represent for both individual patients and for extending knowledge about appropriate pediatric care. So I think it's something that we really do need to work on, and we need to work on it together.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, my time's expired and I yield back.
Chair thanks the gentleman and recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Towns, for 5 minutes for questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and also the ranking member for holding this hearing today. Also, thank you very much, Commissioner, for being here. PDUFA has been an effective and essential tool in ensuring that safe, effective drugs are brought to the market in a timely fashion. However, we must be certain that we are striking the proper balance between the benefits of speedy approval of new treatments and the risk that different patient populations are willing to accept in order to gain access to them. Let us also keep in mind that different patient groups may be willing to tolerate different degrees of risk. This is why it is crucial for FDA to communicate with the affected patient population when reviewing new treatments. In your written testimony, Commissioner, you indicated that the FDA takes into consideration the benefits and risks of new drugs on a case-by-case basis. Considering the degree of unmet medical needs and the severity or morbidity of the conditions the drugs intended to treat, when conducting this assessment, do you seek the input of the patient population affected by the condition?
Well, we do, and one of the exciting things about the PDUFA 5 framework also is a real focus on developing better strategies to formalize and systematize how we think about benefit risk, and importantly, the engagement of patients and their perspectives. And part of what we hope to accomplish over the next 5 years, if this PDUFA agreement is reauthorized, is to in a formal way, through a series of public meetings for a year over the 5-year period, to really target different disease conditions and engage with the patient community about their perspectives of the available drugs, their experience of benefits and risks, what kind of risks they're willing to tolerate, et cetera. And that will be, I think, very, very useful. In addition, really building on work that we do every day as we look at important products in terms of thinking about what are the other options available to patients, and how serious, life-threatening, life-disrupting is the condition. And we do weigh risks and balance them with benefits, and we, in our approvals, are often willing to accept a considerably high level of risk in some cases when there is true benefit to the patient.
Right. Thank you very much. And let me just say to my colleagues, I hope we recognize the importance of making certain that we fund you adequately as we make some demands, as we move forward. I applaud the agency for instituting the accelerated approval process in 1992. Do you feel that the program has been successful, particularly in the rare disease space?
It has been a very valuable program, and we have seen, a high number of drugs move forward through the accelerated approval process. We also, and many of them, a large percentage have been in the rare and neglected disease space. We also often give a full approval straight away to rare and neglected diseases when we have, good science, a good product, and an impact on the underlying condition that's meaningful. So I think we have made enormous progress in the last couple of decades moving forward in orphan drugs, rare and neglected diseases, and have been able to apply a lot of regulatory flexibility in how we approve those drugs, and I think you may be able to hear more about that in the second panel from the NORD representative.
Right. But let me ask you, what challenges do you face with the orphan drugs? What challenges do you actually face, very quickly?
Well, very often the challenge is how to do the science that enables us to get the answers that we need. If you're talking about small numbers of patients, how can you tailor the clinical studies so that you can get robust, meaningful answers with only a small number of patients? I think historically also there were concerns about incentivizing industry to want to work on some of these in some of these disease areas where there'd be limited patient numbers, and I think that the orphan drug program and the incentive structure there has helped to shift that dynamic. And I think that as we really begin to draw on the advances in science and technology today, there are very special opportunities in the rare and neglected disease areas to produce the kinds of products that we're able, like the one we were able to approve yesterday for cystic fibrosis. We were able to really see a targeted therapy for a particular underlying genetic marker and really provide a breakthrough treatment, even though the number of patients with that particular condition is quite limited. In this case, we're estimating about 1,200 cystic fibrosis patients. But so I think it's a very exciting time, and it's an area where I think there's a lot of opportunity, and PDUFA obviously has identified that as an area where we can make some real progress.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Chair, thanks, gentlemen. Recognize the gentlelady from North Carolina, Ms. Mark, for 5 minutes for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate you being here today, and that's kind of along the same lines of what I wanted to talk about. And that is, the guidelines for approval of certain drugs. While the FDA is tasked with protecting public health, I don't think it should be in a position of withholding or removing approval of drugs that treat fatal illnesses. When a patient is expected to die imminently from a disease, the FDA's decision on whether or not to approve that drug should be made on a different metric than the approval of a drug that is intended to treat a less serious condition. Your agency does claim, to factor this in, and I know you see it as part of your mission to move treatment forward for patients, but it doesn't seem to me that you give enough weight to the fact that dying patients will tolerate a riskier drug. Sometimes they won't respond and will succumb to the disease, but sometimes they respond well, and aggregate clinical data doesn't always reflect that properly. So can you just tell me why the FDA shouldn't have a separate metric for determining approvals for diseases like metastatic or otherwise fatal cancers, ALS, or other deadly illnesses?
Well, we do, as we were discussing earlier, really take very seriously the importance of balancing risk and benefit and recognizing when you have a serious life-threatening illness with no or limited other treatment options, the proposed drug must be viewed in a very different context than if it's one of 6 potential drugs for a disease that has only a very minor impact on the tasks of daily living. So we do take that very, very seriously, and if you look at our approvals, it's clear that as I said, in some instances there's significant risk associated with the drug that we will approve. But we do, at the end of the day, have to ask the question of, is there an overall benefit to the patient? And that can be very difficult and challenging. But that is, an important part of what we're charged with. I think, again, you mentioned this, the sort of stratified populations, that there may be some who respond and some who don't. And that's why the deepening of the scientific understanding is so important, and to continue to work as PDUFA 5 has indicated in the area of regulatory science and really identifying how we identify those. We need to really define who are the subpopulations of responders so that we can target the benefits to the patient?
No, I understand it. You know, I've asked and we've talked about that before. That's one that I refer to simply because of people that I know who were very successfully being treated with that for other than, you know, the uses that you had approved. Also, with the compassionate use process for terminally ill patients who have very few other clinical options, it doesn't always work very well. Companies understandably worry that patients who don't fit the trial guidelines, who have completed the trial for their drug, will negatively alter their clinical data if they're allowed to take an experimental treatment under a compassionate use exception. Yesterday, a 41-year-old ALS patient was in our office, and he saw significant symptom improvement while involved in a clinical trial, but his participation in the trial ended, and then he was denied access to the drug under compassionate use because of these concerns. So, in your opinion, what else can FDA, or Congress for that matter, do to improve likelihood that patients with no other clinical option can access treatments through compassionate use? I mean, this is an ongoing problem. I understand where you come from, but it's also pretty hard to look somebody in the face and say, I'm sorry, can't help.
Well, it is, you know, a huge issue and one that certainly, without knowing the specifics of that instance, you know, we do try to work with patients, families, and providers under those kinds of circumstances to see if we can help facilitate access
Can we refer him to you?
Pardon me?
Can we refer him to you?
You know, I think you could. You know, I can't make any promises.
No,
I don't
understand,
know the details,
but
but
I mean,
absolutely, and we can.
He's so young, you know.
Yeah.
So,
no, and you know, it's an area that I think we need as a society to continue to work on.
Right, well, my time's almost up, so I'll yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Chair thanks gentlelady and yields to the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Matheson. 5 minutes for question.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Dr. Hamburg, welcome. Thank you for coming today. I'd like to focus my questions on a national track and trace program or a drug pedigree issue, which I know Mr. Dingell talked about and some others as well. You probably know I've worked with my colleague, Mr. Bilbray, and a lot of stakeholders on crafting legislation to implement a single national pedigree standard. Last year, February 2011, the FDA held a 2-day track and trace public workshop. One of the recurring concerns from stakeholders at the workshop was the need for timely guidance on a single national pedigree standard prior to states going off and implementing their own systems. Implementation of a national standard could take years to implement. Can you speak to the time frame necessary for Congress, the FDA, and industry to act on this? And in speaking on that also, if PDUFA passes without a national pedigree solution included, what are the implications for where we're going to be in terms of our domestic pharmaceutical supply chain over the next 5 or 10 years?
Well, it's a very important question, and since I happen to be sitting next to an expert on this topic, and you've been hearing me talk an awful lot, I think I may actually let my colleague, Deputy Commissioner Deb Otter, respond to that, because she really has been working on those important issues for a very long time.
Thank you. Congressman, as you mentioned, we did hold a public workshop on track and trace, and we had over 120 participants in that workshop, and a lot of comments have been submitted to the docket on a track and trace system. We're working hard on working on those standards, and be happy to talk to you more about how we can work together towards a national uniform pedigree system. We are concerned that if a national system doesn't go into place, we run the risk of having a patchwork of state laws, including California's law that's scheduled to go into effect in 2015. We believe track and trace provides very important assurances to the integrity of the drug supply by giving us and industry and pharmacies and consumers the information they need to know to be assured that their drugs are safe and effective.
Do you think the FDA needs further authority from Congress in order to implement a national standard?
Yes, we have authority now to implement standards, but it's not clear in the law that those standards will be binding on everybody in the industry, and it's not clear that they would effectively preempt state law. So, in fact, I think national legislation on this would be useful.
That's good to know. Now, the safety of our pharmaceutical supply chain has important overlap with the drug shortage issue that we've been talking about.
I saw a survey by the American Hospital Association that showed 42% of those hospitals facing shortages purchased a more expensive product from a new distributor. However, in this instance, there is no meaningful way for that hospital to be sure the drug they're buying has traveled a safe and secure path. Do you think a single national pedigree standard would help hospitals ensure the integrity of products bought outside their normal source of supply?
Well, I think, that the issue of supply chain and shortages are linked, but they also have many distinct characteristics. And I think that as we're grappling with the drug shortage problem, which is, as you know, a very real problem and growing, we're trying to look at all of the critical factors that are involved, and they range from issues of limited numbers of manufacturers of a given product to aging production facilities to cost and reimbursement issues and some of the issues around consolidation of providers and manufacturers, et cetera. But the issue of the security of the supply chain and quality being built into both manufacturing and assurances of quality throughout the supply chain obviously play a role in shortages to some degree, and also understanding the supply chain is important in understanding what kinds of products and quality of products people might be accessing in relation to a shortage. So it's a complicated set of
and
issues.
I know there are a lot of separate issues in the two. It just seems to me that in a shortage situation,
the shortage situation is absolutely critical that whatever you're using as an alternative product, we can know is safe and high quality.
Shortages create stress on the system, and stress creates opportunity for bad things to happen. So, anyway, Mr. Chairman, my time is up. I'll yield back. Thanks.
Chair thanks the gentleman and yields to gentleman from Louisiana, Dr. Cassidy, for 5 minutes for question.
Dr. Hamburg, thank you for being here. Now, I've learned to say in this job, I know what I've been told, not what I know. Okay? So let me just preface this by this. I'm told that there is a difference between calendar days and FDA days. So on page 4 of your testimony, where you mentioned that the FDA approval phase of new drug development has shrunk, I've heard previously people come and say, oh, you got to be kidding. They kick it back to us. They don't include this. And actually, the time has grown. I've learned to say what I've been told, not what I know. So I come to the font, if you will, to say, is that true? Is calendar days actually longer, even though FDA days are theoretically shorter?
Well, in terms of the way the performance goals have historically been structured, in fact, one is looking at the FDA time, and the clock can be stopped for different kinds of activities, and ultimately what matters to patients and truly what matters to all of us involved in the process is how long does it take for a product to actually get to the person who needs it. But I think one of the things that's been very, very encouraging is we've watched the PDUFA process, really take hold in terms of the resources, capacities, and focus of our review activities, is that we've seen the number of drugs approved in the first cycle increase, and it's over 60% now, I think, which means that we're getting drugs to people in the first review process, which is really critical because...
Now, your answer suggests to me that indeed calendar days may have increased for any given drug, but it doesn't go through 2 cycles, so maybe net it's less.
On the drug side, I don't believe that that's the case. The device side, it's a little bit of a different scenario, and that's why I was sort of avoiding speaking to specific details. But on the drug side, we are seeing changes in the absolute time that it takes to get a product to market in a really across-the-board way, particularly for priority review.
Then let me go to my next question. Thank you. We'll later hear testimony from the Pew Health Group, which kind of relates to something which we previously spoke about, that if you're a domestic pharmaceutical, you're getting reviewed every 2 years. And if you're overseas, it may be Q decade. So, and understand here we are now creating resources, but in a previous conversation you mentioned that union contracts limit the ability of FDA to assign people to go overseas to inspect. Now, does this address that issue as well?
You know, I think that the union issue is really not central to the discussion. The issue about the increased cost, complexity, demands on the system of increasing the numbers of international inspections is, and we are really embarked on a series of activities to be able to strengthen our capacity to have a global presence and either directly inspect or get inspectional information.
So you imply that, if you will, as a workaround, so even though the contract may inhibit it, you have a workaround in which you could third party it?
You know, I think that the union issue is really a non-issue here. We work closely with the union around the activities of union employees.
Now, that's a little bit different than what we heard last time, in which we were told that people had to volunteer, they could not be assigned, and that sort of thing.
Well, we definitely seek volunteers for our foreign inspectional activities. We're addressing it in a number of ways. We do have a dedicated foreign inspectional cadre that really like to travel and have specifically volunteers.
So just a pointed question, knowing that right now it's every 10 years or so overseas, if you had tomorrow to say, listen, we haven't inspected them for 5 years, you too are going, and we expect an inspection report from you in however long it takes to do an inspection report, would you be able to do that?
Well, we are dramatically ramping up our foreign inspections, and we're doing it through both using domestically based inspectors who travel overseas. We're doing it through having foreign offices and inspectors who are based in country. We're doing it through sharing inspectional information with our regulatory counterparts in other countries.
Now, if I may interrupt, because I'm almost out of time, I don't mean to be rude. But nonetheless, we're only doing it every 10 years. So it tells me, what do you project, if we have this hearing 3 years from now, that the frequency of inspection of an overseas plant will be by whatever mechanism we assign staff to do so?
We are looking ultimately for parity between our domestic inspectional schedule and our foreign inspectional schedule. We want a level playing field. And it's interesting, we're not talking today so much about the generic user fee agreement, but the foreign inspections are a particular issue around generic drugs and their manufacturer, and actually through leadership from the generic industry, you know, we have a first time ever user fee agreement that very much focuses on how can we strengthen the resources and program to meet those demands of
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, you've been very generous. Thank you. I yield back.
Chair, thanks, gentlemen. That concludes the questions from the members of the subcommittee. We'll go to the rest of the members of the committee, and Chair recognizes Dr. Christensen from Virgin Islands for 5 minutes for questions.
Thank you for the opportunity to sit in on this important hearing and to be able to ask a question. Most of the questions that I had around risk and benefit, balancing those off and how it affects the time, I think have already been asked several times and answered, so I'm not going to ask that one. But I have a specific question on supply chain that relates to the territories. And I don't really expect you to answer it right this minute, but to maybe give me an opportunity to work with your staff on it. The medicines that come to the U.S. Virgin Islands are sometimes held by Food and Drug through customs in Puerto Rico, and almost always confiscated when they're being sent back to their supplier. We're outside of the customs zone. That's part of the problem. But we are part of the United States. Our pharmacists are licensed trained and licensed in the United States. and we're purchasing from U.S. companies. So what we'd like to pursue is having a waiver or some special procedure to avoid this problem, because it's a great burden to my hospitals, to my pharmacies, and of course it has a deleterious impact on patients' access to clinically important drugs. And I'm hoping that as you look at through this a new international regulatory system, that we can find a way to fix that within that. So again, you don't really, if you want to comment on it, fine, but I think it's a new.
Thank you for bringing this to our attention, and I think that we would like to work with you to better understand the nature of what is happening and why, and what can be done to address it.
Right. And we have talked in the previous administration about it, so some of your staff may know about it, but I know it's a fresh one for you. But could you tell me how the FDA's new Office of Minority Health works, for example, with the Office of Pediatric Therapeutics to ensure that racial and ethnic minority children are appropriately, ethically, and adequately included in drug research on children and pediatric populations?
Well, we're just standing up this new Office of Minority Health. It was actually something, the opportunity to put it in place was part of the Healthcare Reform Act. And it is intended to sort of cut across the full range of activities within FDA, but with a special focus on a set of important scientific, medical, and public health issues, including how can we assure the appropriate representation of racial and ethnic minorities in clinical studies. And I think there are huge opportunities both to work with our Office of Women's Health and our pediatric offices, but to work across all of the medical product areas so that we can really address these critical concerns.
And on BPCA and PREA, often in children, the side effects of medicines or anything might not be seen for many years. Is there a requirement for the pharmaceutical industry to follow children for a certain period of time after they've been involved in clinical trials? And
I'm not sure that I can give you the complete response. We obviously have ongoing efforts to monitor adverse events, whether they're near-term or long-term, and our ability to do that in a meaningful way is enhanced by what we've been able to do in terms of strengthening our post-market surveillance activities. In certain disease areas, there might be a particular concern anticipating possible longer-term risks or specific side effects in children, and it might be part of the structuring of the clinical trial at the time of its initiation through PREA to put in place certain requirements and expectations about ongoing monitoring. But there may be some additional activities as well that I'm not fully aware of.
Okay, maybe we can follow up on some discussions with your office around that and see if there's something that needs to be done in terms of children and long-term impacts. But thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back the balance of my time.
Chair, thanks, gentlelady. Recognize the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Griffith, for 5 minutes for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I know we have plowed through some of this territory, but I think it's interesting as a member of the committee, but not of this subcommittee. It's been very educational. I do appreciate you being here, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate you letting me participate. But you've heard from both sides of the aisle what I'm about to say, and that is we have all been contacted by constituents. That's why I'm here today. I was contacted by a constituent who feels that the strong risk aversion at the FDA is creating at least the perception that it's slowing down or stopping the approval of new, innovative treatments for cancer and other life-threatening terminal diseases. And I, like some of the others who have spoken here today, and I'm not going to make you go through all the things you've already testified to, are very concerned that if you're facing a certain death, you're willing to take more risk, and you're wondering why the government's getting in the way. And so I would ask you first, you've already been over a number of things that the FDA is doing to try to make that process better. But have you given consideration to creating a waiver process where a consumer who is facing one of these diseases can waive liability and any concerns about a particular drug or biologic treatment or whatever in order to get that treatment when they're facing the consequences? Obviously, there has to be a disclaimer of all the either known or unknown risks involved. But have you all given consideration to doing something like that? Because thank God I've never had to face that and hope I never do. But there are a lot of folks out there, like the 41-year-old we heard about, and you've heard it from both sides of the aisle. Folks are willing to take those risks, particularly when they're younger, and particularly if they have young children, as I do. You know, I would take those risks in a heartbeat if it was going to give me extra time with my kids. So I'm just wondering, have you thought about creating some kind of a waiver? Okay, this hasn't been approved, but I'm willing to take that risk. And if you haven't thought of that, would you? And then let me follow up with, and what other things is the FDA doing that you have not already testified to? Because I don't want you to, you know, have to be like a broken record and go over the things that you've already mentioned.
Well, you know, obviously this is such an important point, and it is something that goes to the very heart of what we do, because, you know, our mission really is to try to get the best possible treatments to people who need them. And, you know, as we've already talked about, you know, we are putting an increasing focus on, you know, how we think about benefits and risks and weigh them. We already do accept, you know, have a much higher tolerance for risk when you're talking about a disease that's serious, life-threatening, has no other treatments. I don't believe that we've, you know, really explored the exact proposal that you put forward, and I think it would certainly require broader discussions than just within the FDA. And we do have some other programs. Compassionate use was mentioned for trying to get drugs to people that are in desperate, life-threatening situations. But, you know, perhaps, you know, in the interest of time and completeness, you know, we could provide you with some additional information about the programs that we're undertaking, and we certainly, you know, can continue to think about other strategies, including the one that you mentioned.
Well, and if you would, and you know, this is one of those things where sometimes folks just sitting around the table brainstorming might come up with one of those eureka moments and have an epiphany. Let me shift a little bit to another question that's come up in my district. I represent a rural district. There are many recognized off-label uses for approved drugs, but I'll pick up Dr. Cassidy's point. But I am told that the FDA severely restricts communications to doctors and patients about these uses. Representing a rural district, I have heard about doctors who find it difficult to get the information about off-label uses that could benefit many of their patients. So what can we do to better, both as the FDA and what can we do as Congress to help you better inform doctors, especially in rural communities, so they know about potential effective off-label uses of approved treatments?
Well, off-label use, as you note, you know, is an important part of many medical practices, and, you know, FDA doesn't regulate the practice of medicine, and off-label use, you know, is something that you know, we recognize is happening, and frequently I've talked with people within FDA about how we can really collect better information to understand off-label use, so that it could inform the broader issues around the approved indications for the use of a drug. But I think that, you know, the biggest concern is when drug companies are actively marketing an unapproved drug for an off-label use, and that's where the controversies have been, you know, really focused on.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for your time. I yield back.
Chair, thanks, gentlemen, and recognize the gentlelady from California, Ms. Eshu, for 5 minutes for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for holding this hearing, and also for extending both you and the ranking member a legislative courtesy to me to join this hearing today. It's always been a great source of pride to me to have served on this subcommittee for some 15 years, most of the years that I've been in the Congress, and I miss being here, but I look forward to coming back, and I'm glad I'm here today. I'd like to ask unanimous consent that the lovely statement that I have be added to the record. And Commissioner Hamburg, it's wonderful to see you. I think that you know that I was the original author of both PREA and the BPCA. So I come here today with a great sense of pride, and I welcome the comments and the questions that members have asked about both pieces of legislation that the Congress is preparing to reauthorize. As you know, PREA was created to ensure that drug companies were doing important clinical trials in children, an area which had been, most frankly, woefully underserved before the passage of the legislation. And without adequate pediatric labeling, doctors were left to guess what the appropriate dosages for children would be. I think, there was maybe this assumption that was being made that children are little adults, and they're not. They're children. I think that this has, we took a very important step with the passage of that legislation, and I think it's why it's crucial for companies to develop their pediatric plans as early in the drug development process as possible. Now, I understand that the FDA has draft guidance asking companies to submit their pediatric plans at the end of Phase 2, but the PREA statute requires submission at the time of the new drug application. And I think the sooner that companies focus on pediatric populations, the sooner kids will receive the drugs that they need, in some cases, to survive. So can you say with confidence that pediatric study discussion always start as early as the FDA recommends?
Well, first let me say thank you for your leadership. And before you walked into the room, I had actually made note of it in my opening
nice? So that's now part
remarks.
of the record. Thank you.
But BPCA and PREA have been very important pieces of legislation and have enabled enormous progress in the pediatric therapeutics area. The question you raised, is an important one. I know it's been under discussion within the agency and beyond, and I think it is sort of an ongoing discussion in terms of what's the most appropriate timing. And frankly, there probably is no one cookie-cutter approach. It probably really does depend on the particular product in question and the types of trials required. But I think in general, my sense is that early engagement is always helpful, and the ability to be...
I asked because of how the statute reads. Do you have any idea what the percentage of pediatric plans are actually completed at the end of Phase 2? I mean, if you don't know, maybe maybe you can get that to us.
We can get that to you.
Now, if a company does not submit its pediatric plan by the end of Phase 2, as the draft guidance recommends, does FDA have any enforcement mechanisms to address it?
Now, I want to make sure that I answer your question properly, and
I ask this because I think it would be helpful to have legislation to ensure that companies submit their pediatric plans at the end of Phase 2. In fact, Congressman Markey and I are working on this, and maybe I should just turn the question around. Would it be helpful to you to have legislation that addresses what I just stated?
Well, we do feel that at least as I understand it currently, we have the tool of misbranding as a way of trying to respond to when the commitment is not met by the company with respect to the completion of the pediatric studies, and that does seem like a bit, not quite the right regulatory or
I can
enforcement
sense it in your
tool.
voice that there's
Yeah,
something up. Yeah,
it creates a situation.
So
that
you
makes
think
it much-
legislation
so
would be helpful?
I think that looking at that, and if there is an approach that could be more targeted and flexible, that would be very useful in terms of pushing companies to complete this important work and doing it in a constructive way that ultimately benefits the patients.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your work, Mr. Chairman, and our ranking member. Thank you again for your legislative hospitality.
Chair thanks the gentlelady and recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Bilbray, for 5 minutes. For
Thank you very much for your courtesy, Mr. Chairman. And I just sit here and realize that at least on the other side of the aisle, there's a few that may remember the time I served on the committee for 6 years. A whole lot of new faces on this side. But, Doctor, we talk a lot about safety and regulation to protect it. We have a over-the-counter consumer product that is connected to over 500 deaths a year. And we continue to allow that to be sold over the over the counter. You want to explain to this committee why aspirin in its existing form is not more regulated or more restricted from consumer use, even though there's a what some people would call a very high death rate related to its use?
Well, aspirin obviously is a widely available product that we know has associated risks, but also benefits. I don't think that I'm prepared in this setting to discuss the whole context of the oversight and regulation of aspirin, but I think it's an important reminder that even drugs that the average American would probably consider, sort of safe and routine, do have consequent risks, and they need to be addressed in an ongoing way, and that the FDA does, in fact, have a responsibility for the life cycle of products, not just for approval, but for monitoring safety, efficacy, and benefit, overall benefit to patients over the whole course of the product's use.
Now, would it be fair to say, or if you can refer to your experts around you or whatever, would it be fair to say on the flip side of that issue that aspirin probably can be documented as being one of the most life-saving drugs that have been readily available to the public in the last 30, 40, 50, 60 years?
Aspirin has many benefits on different levels. That would be fair to say.
Could you have any idea if there was any other drug out there that we could point to that probably has saved as much lives as aspirin has?
I'm not really prepared to make those comparisons or have that discussion.
I'd be very interested if you would take a look at the reality we have with aspirin. And I ask you to consider, and just if you can, let's be very frank about it. If this product with its fatality problems came before the FDA today, could our existing system actually process it and get it out onto the market? Or is it just one of those products that became so institutionalized before our regulatory oversight got where it is today? And, my question is, do you think aspirin could get through the system today?
Well, I wondered if that might be the ultimate question that you would be asking. And I guess that my answer in the form of a true bureaucrat is that I wouldn't be prepared to speculate without having, really reviewed the information and the data. But I understand the issue that you're raising.
Yeah. I mean, my issue is the fact that if you only look at the negatives, and if you focus, even if you look at the positive, but if you focus on the negatives, in today's light, which usually happens, there are huge opportunities that may be avoided, be denied. And my biggest concern is that I'm looking at this, and I don't see any way aspirin would be approved in our system, and how many people would die every year in this country or around the world if it wasn't available to the consumer. And I have to ask myself, do we know how many other drugs or treatments may be out there that have come later that cannot be accessible? So my big question is, Has anybody ever challenged themselves to say, do we have any idea how many deaths may be caused because we don't allow products like aspirin on the market today?
Well, as I was saying earlier in discussions, we look in a very clear-eyed way at risks and benefits of the products that come before us, and I think we are striving now to deepen our strategies for addressing that. And we do take a lot of risks. There's a sense that we are very risk-averse.
Doctor, and I appreciate that, and I'm not blaming you. I'm blaming the fact that the political side, we'd raise holy hell. You'd see us standing on the House floor giving big speeches damning you for allowing this on the market. And I just want to sensitize that. Let me just say one thing. One of the great breakthroughs we did with AIDS in the 90s when I was here was that we changed a lot of regulations. And multi-triaging was one of those things that we really moved the protocol for AIDS that hadn't been done for other research and other treatments. When it comes to cancer, it really appears that multi-triaging and a combination of drugs and uses may be one of those things we've learned from the AIDS success. Where are we going now with FDA improving the ability for researchers and for pharmaceuticals to look at multiple drug use in the treatment of diseases such as AIDS, and do we have an expedited process to try to move that process along?
Well, I began my career in public service working on HIV/AIDS drug development, and know exactly what you mean in terms of the importance of the breakthroughs. And it was really a combination of bringing the science together with the resources and commitment of industry, academia, and the patient groups. And we were able to move forward very swiftly, and we were able to introduce, some new regulatory approaches, et cetera, in the cancer arena and in other areas as well, other infectious diseases and other disease domains. We have a real opportunity, as our science has deepened, to do some of the kinds of things that you were just mentioning. And we actually just recently put out guidance to help industry think in some new ways about testing drugs in combination rather than doing one after another after another.
And taking 20 years to do it.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I know my time has expired. My colleagues, just to follow up on that, one of those other great successes that my colleagues don't remember is that in the AIDS crisis, we could do blood tests and monitor virus levels to be able to see the cocktails, what was working, rather than what we have now in cancer, where you basically have to wait for the cancer to show up again. You have clinical trials in process right now on the East Coast for a blood test for lung and for breast cancer that is being looked at. Has anybody in your agency taken a look at the fact that this is not just a product that may be able to detect cancer for treatment, but may be one of those huge breakthroughs that cancer researchers are looking at to be able to be more efficient in their research, much like they did with AIDS? Have you seen anybody considering the connection between this blood test may not only be a good treatment, but may be an essential part of research to address this issue?
Yeah, and let me just clarify that actually partly stemming from the work in HIV/AIDS, we do use surrogate markers, including, the kind of markers identified through blood tests in our approval process. That's really what accelerated approval is all about, is identifying things that can serve as surrogate endpoints for an early approval, followed by additional clinical studies to confirm or not confirm the initial promise as indicated in those studies. So we take that very seriously. We use it in our decision making, and certainly what you were describing would fit within that framework of regulatory action.
Thank you for your courtesy, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the committee's
courtesy.
courtesy.
I recognize the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Markey, for 5 minutes for question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The website clinicaltrials.gov was transformed into a mandatory registry that I created along with Representative Waxman in the 2007 FDA amendments. This website publishes information about the results of clinical trials designed to evaluate medical treatments, but several problematic loopholes exist. For example, a drug company finds out from a clinical trial that a diabetes drug is not only ineffective but also causes severe side effects. As a result, the company abandons the drug's development, never seeks approval with the FDA, and never publishes the results because there is no incentive to do so. Commissioner Hamburg, would the results of this trial ever have to be posted on the clinical trials database?
As I understand it, currently, no. That is an important issue that you raise. I think it could be addressed, but it's not included in.
So if another researcher decided to pursue clinical trials of this same drug, they would have no idea about the dangers identified from the previous trial and would put more people at risk of the same adverse health effects that had already been identified. So generally, do you agree that it would be a good public health measure to ensure that results of all registered trials, regardless if the drug is approved or not, are posted on the database?
I believe that NIH, through its rulemaking process, is currently looking at this question in terms of whether trials for drugs that aren't actually approved could be posted. I think you also raise a broader issue that certainly we are talking about with industry and others in terms of more transparency and the benefits, the common good of making more information available about, not just what works, but what doesn't as well.
Thank you. Now, some clinical trials that occur entirely overseas can be used to support a drug application with the FDA, even though they are not subject to the disclosure requirements of the clinical trials database. Do you agree that any clinical trial, regardless of where it takes place, should be subject to the same transparency requirements if the trial is used as part of the company's approval application to the FDA?
Yes, in general, we certainly agree that more transparency, more information is beneficial, and we think that, this is a bit of a disconnect, and we, would be interested in working with you further.
Now, so this is something Ms. Eshu and I are working on, this next subject, which is that the FDA data shows that since 2007, 78% of PREA's pediatric study requirements were not completed by their due dates, if at all. These are products that could benefit children, but the studies needed to provide that information are not always being completed. Pediatric studies are especially challenging, and companies may have a perfectly acceptable reason for asking FDA to extend their deadlines. But if the company does not meet its pediatric requirements and fails to provide a reasonable justification, what enforcement options does the FDA have?
Well, we do, as I was discussing with Congresswoman Eshu earlier, have, a limited arsenal of tools, and it really is an area where it's important, number one, to understand the reasons for the delays, and as you note, there's some reasons that are understandable, but these are studies that are important to get done. We need to support companies in getting them done, and there should be expectations and accountability on the completion of those studies.
Yeah, it's my understanding that the FDA's only option for enforcement is misbranding the product, if there's an enforcement action that you can take, but that's an option very rarely, if ever, taken by the FDA. If the FDA were to deem a life-saving treatment misbranded because the company failed to complete its pediatric requirements, children who were being prescribed the drug off-label would lose access to it. Adults would also lose access. Is that correct?
That is correct, and that's why, in some ways, I've heard internally it referred to as the nuclear option.
So either FDA triggers the nuclear option of misbranding, costing everyone access to that drug, or they can do nothing. And that's very different from the way many other violations of the Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act are handled, which can incur civil monetary penalties. Have civil monetary penalties been effective in other areas to ensure compliance?
I think that they have been, and they do give more flexibility and the ability to target the action to what needs to be done in a more effective way.
Yeah, and I see no reason, Ms. Eshu and I agree on this, that companies failing to meet their obligations to children should enjoy those special protections. So We'd like to work with you in giving you the flexibility to impose those
Terrific.
penalties. And just finally, Ms. Schakowsky and Ms. Baldwin and I introduced a cosmetics bill last Congress. We've reintroduced the same cosmetics bill in this Congress. And as you know, most people believe that the government makes sure that personal care products like shampoo and cosmetics are safe before they're sold. Does the FDA have the statutory authority to require safety testing of cosmetic ingredients before they go on the market?
We do not do pre-market approval for cosmetics except in a very limited domain of color additives.
And can you require a recall of any product in cosmetic? Or?
If there were serious safety issues raised with public health consequences, we would work with the company to get them to voluntarily.
But it's voluntarily.
Yeah.
You don't have a mandatory power. So Ms. Schakowsky and Ms. Baldwin and I are very interested again in pursuing that legislation and working with Mr. Pallone and working with the chairman towards the goal of finding a way of giving you the authority that you need to work on these issues. So if you'd be willing to work with us, we're willing to work with you and with Mr. Pallone and others to see if we can do something legislatively in this area. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Terrific. Thank you.
Chair, thanks you, gentlemen. That concludes round one, and we'll go to one follow-up on each side for round two. Chair recognizes Dr. Burgess for follow-up question.
Dr. Hamburg, thank you for spending so much time with us here this morning. I just wanted to follow up on something that Mr. Ross from Arkansas brought up about the over-the-counter asthma inhalers. And while I recognize the problem actually originated at the EPA, not at the FDA, on the removal of CFC as a propellant, the fact of the matter remains I spent New Year's Eve driving from pharmacy to pharmacy to make sure I had an adequate supply of Primatene because, as he correctly points out, it's 2 vials for $32. So that's a fairly reasonable price compared to the expensive price of the albuterol, which is a prescription device. My understanding is that the over-the-counter iteration that is non-CFC is currently in process with the HFA as a propellant, and that FDA is evaluating that. I would just encourage you to do so with all great dispatch. I mean, these are things that have been around for a long time, and most people with asthma, as I do, experience times when the disease is much worse and times when it's not so bad. And those times that it's not so bad, I may get quite far away from having anything around the house that would be available to help me. And it was always comforting to know at 2 o'clock in the morning I could drive to a 24-hour pharmacy and purchase a Primatene inhaler. Now the only option is I'm a doctor, I can write my own prescription, but for the vast majority of people, you got to go to the emergency room, likely going to get a breathing treatment and a pulse oximeter, maybe a blood gas, and you're going to spend $1,500, $2,500 for what could have been fixed, as Mr. Ross correctly points out, for a $20 charge at an all-night pharmacy. So it's important to get the over-the-counter option back out there. Many people use these rescue inhalers, not frequently, but from time to time, and that's the part of the population that really would benefit from having these back and available again. Can we look to you to help us get those?
We have indicated that we would welcome an application, and we'll work to expedite the review.
Because the active ingredient is not any different than what it's been for the last 100 years, right? Aerosol's epinephrine, and the difference is the propellant. And if it's used in the albuterol inhalers, it can't possibly be harmful. I don't think it's as good as CFC. CFC gets you a much better dispersion. The HFA always ends up in the oropharynx, and you've got to relearn how to use it. But this is important to people, and every member of this committee, in fact, every member of Congress is going to be hearing about this at some time during the year when their constituents run out of their existing supply of CFC inhalers and find that they cannot replace them. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair, thanks, gentlemen, and Mr. Pallone is recognized for 5 minutes for one follow-up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Hamburg, some have suggested that FDA is insisting on too much clinical data prior to approval and that this is resulting in an export of innovation and jobs abroad. And to help address this situation, some of the members have suggested that FDA's mission statement should be changed to include things like job creation and innovation. In fact, there's a bill, the Food and Drug Administration Mission Reform Act, that would accomplish this. Now, even assuming there's some truth to these reports, and I think there's important evidence to suggest that there's not, revising FDA's mission statement seems like a drastic measure to me. And I just wanted you to comment on the implication of revising FDA's mission statement to include things like job creation. How would FDA even begin to assess whether certain agency actions would create jobs?
Well, I think that it is very, very important that FDA, as a science-based regulatory agency with a public health mission, really focus our efforts on determining the safety, efficacy, and quality of the products that come before us, and that we do our work in a context that clearly understands that we need to make sure that we are bringing products to people in a timely way that they need and count on, and that we do need to do everything we can to make sure we have the most modern and streamlined approaches, and that we work closely with product sponsors in a way that's transparent, consistent, and predictable to achieve our common goal of making important products available to people. I think that our safety and efficacy standards are very important to the success of industry as well as to improving and protecting the health of the public.
Well, what I'm trying to find out is whether you would want to revise the FDA's mission statement to include things like job creation.
Well, I was going to get to that, in that I think that it would be very hard for us to factor in to this science-based decision-making the question of how would approving or not approving this product impact jobs, and how would approving or not approving a product impact jobs of a competitor. And it would get very, very complicated, and frankly I think it would be quite inappropriate, and would ultimately not serve the American people well or serve industry well. And I think that it's something that that would be extremely hard to quantify. And I think that, you know, what is really important is that we make sure that operating within the ecosystem of biomedical innovation and product development, that we ensure that we are doing our job as well as we can, which is to apply science-based, data-driven processes to our decision-making, do it in as modern and streamlined a way as possible, and work as effectively with industry and other stakeholders to deliver the products that people need.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. That concludes our questions for panel one. The chair thanks the panel, specifically Dr. Hamburg, for your excellent testimony. Very important information you've shared with the committee. We'll now excuse panel one and call panel two to the witness table. And while we change panels, we'll take a 5-minute recess and reconvene at 12:45. All right, the time for recess having expired, I'll ask all of our guests and witnesses to please take their seats, and would like to ask at this time unanimous consent to enter into the record a statement by NCPA, and that's Community Pharmacists, and NACDS, National Association of Chain Drug Stores, into the record. It's been shared with the other side, so without objection, so ordered. I'd like to now welcome panel two and thank all of you for agreeing to testify before the subcommittee today, and I'd like to quickly introduce our expert panel. Mr. Gino Germano, President and General Manager of Specialty Care and Oncology at Pfizer Inc. Is our first guest. Dr. David Gallagher, President and CEO of California Healthcare Institute. Mr. Richard Pops, Chairman and CEO of Alkermes, Mr. Pops is testifying on behalf of the Biotechnology Industry Organization. Mr. Let's see, don't have the right order. Alan Coco, Director of Medical Programs for the Pew Health Group. Ms. Diane Dorman, Vice President of Public Policy at the National Organization of Rare Disorders. Dr. David Whedon, the Senior Vice President for Scientific and Regulatory Affairs at Pharma. And Dr. Daniel Fraterelli, Chair of the American Academy of Pediatrics Committee on Drugs. So we'll go in that order. Again, thank you all for coming. We have your prepared statements, and we'll ask each of you to summarize in 5 minutes your opening statements. Mr. Germano, we'll begin with you. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Pitts. And members of the subcommittee, my name is Gino Germano. I'm President and General Manager of Specialty Care and Oncology at Pfizer. Founded in 1849 in New York City, we've grown to become the world's largest biopharmaceutical company, providing treatments for a myriad of diseases that afflict people around the world. I appreciate this opportunity to testify on behalf of Pfizer and our 40,000 U.S. colleagues to unequivocally support the reauthorization of the Prescription Drug User Fee Act. Behind the acronym PDUFA is another acronym, R&D, Research and Development. Research and development is the lifeblood of Pfizer, it's the lifeblood of our industry, and it's the lifeblood of great American innovation. Today, it takes on average more than $1 billion in 12 to 15 years to research and develop a new medicine. Approximately 1 in 10,000 compounds that enter the drug discovery phase is ever approved by the Food and Drug Administration and made available to patients. Our R&D is ultimately codified in our patents. Patents represent our license to move forward and are a fundamental legal basis for our existence. It is important to remember that we file our patents on compounds in the very early stages of development, often a decade or more before the review process begins at the FDA. Therefore, by the time we've submitted an application to FDA, the patent life is already eroded to a meaningful extent, making an effective and efficient process with FDA imperative for our firm. Biopharmaceutical companies like Pfizer typically have at most between 10 and 14 years to recoup our investment before generic competition enters the market. However, the public health value of our investment continues for generations to come. It's through this foundational work in R&D and manufacturing that the biopharmaceutical industry supports more than 3 million U.S. jobs and nearly $300 billion in total output to GDP. PDUFA will help keep R&D and new medicine introductions in the United States. The financial commitment and significant time and resources required to develop a drug reflect the uncertainties inherent in our business. The scientific uncertainties are ultimately reduced to the core question, does the benefit of the drug outweigh the risk? And this is a question we and FDA seek to answer, and it'll vary depending upon the treatment and the intended patient population. Regulatory uncertainties can complicate this dynamic if the review process at FDA is ambiguous and inefficient. This is why a strong partnership and communication with the FDA are essential. As the head of the specialty care business, I'm intimately engaged in the development of our medicines. My business focuses on developing therapies for complex and rare diseases, many forms of cancer, and vaccines for the prevention of life-threatening infections. Prevnar 13, a vaccine for the prevention of pneumococcal disease, is a great example of an important medical advancement. In December of last year, Prevnar 13 received approval from FDA for adults 50 years of age and older under the accelerated review process, a pathway specifically intended to speed new medicines to market for significant unmet health needs. Then last Friday, FDA approved our new cancer medicine Inlyta that we developed for patients with advanced renal cell cancer whose disease continues to progress after first-line therapy fails. The development pathway for critical medicines and vaccines like these are not cookie-cutter in nature, and it's essential to have a strong functional regulatory agency for advancements like these to continue. In my full statement, I discussed the major provisions of the new PDUFA agreement. I'd like to highlight one of these, the review enhancements for new molecular entities, or NMEs, which will have an immediate impact on Pfizer and medicines in our pipeline. A good example of the benefit of an effective NME review process is Xalkori, which was approved by FDA last August. Xalkori is an NME and is the first lung cancer drug approved by the FDA in more than 6 years. This scientific innovation is also one of the first personalized medicines targeting a genetic abnormality shared by only 3 to 5% of the 200,000 lung cancer patients diagnosed in the United States each year. Xalkori was a fast-track product and was given priority review by FDA. The goal was review in 6 months. FDA reviewed it in 4 months. While Xalkori's approval is an example of getting it right, the challenge we have is making sure that situations like Xalkori are the rule and not the exception. The NMA review process enhancements will help achieve that goal. These enhancements embody what we consider to be the foundation of a successful review: communication and transparency. The improved process will encourage better issue identification and resolution at defined stages of the review cycle. Further, these enhancements will have a direct impact on the dozens of NMEs at various stages of development in our pipeline. These are potential new treatments in therapeutic areas such as oncology, pain, cardiovascular disease, and vaccines. The ability of Pfizer to do its job depends on the ability of FDA to do its job, and PDUFA provides a framework and resources for that to happen. PDUFA is must-pass legislation. It's must-pass for Pfizer and the biopharmaceutical industry. It's must-pass for FDA, but most importantly, it's must-pass for patients and society as a whole. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. I look forward to answering any questions you may have and hearing your views.
Chair, thanks, gentlemen, and recognize the gentleman, Dr. Gallagher, for 5 minutes for opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman Pitts and Ranking Member Pallone. My name is David Gallagher, and I'm President and CEO of the California Healthcare Institute. California is by far the largest...
Is your mic on?
There we go.
Yeah.
Better? I'm David Gallagher, and I'm President and CEO of the California Healthcare Institute. California is by far the largest cluster of innovative research institutions and biotechnology companies in the world. Today, there are about 270,000 jobs directly connected to biomedical R&D in California. My purpose today is first to support the reauthorization of PDUFA, then to explain why PDUFA is critical to drug innovation, and then briefly to review work that CHI, our institute, has been conducting with the Boston Consulting Group, BCG, together and analyze data that accurately reflect FDA performance. I know there's been a lot of criticism of the FDA, but all of us agree that a strong, efficient FDA is important to our industry and to patients. An agency that performs well encourages medical innovation. And a regulatory system that has clear rules, that operates transparently, builds confidence among investors, and confidence is key, because patients need to be confident that their drugs meet the highest standards of safety and effectiveness, while industry needs to be confident that the FDA is abreast of the latest science and is applying it reasonably to innovative products. The first point I'd like to make is about the relationship of advanced science to regulation. We live in an unprecedented age of biological sciences. After the Human Genome Project, completed in 2003, our ability to understand diseases at the level of genes and cells is racing ahead. Still, though, if we compare the past several years to the period during the 1980s and 1990s, when there were so many pioneering biotech drugs, along with breakthrough drugs for HIV/AIDS, we can see that today drug development has lagged. It hasn't kept up with science. The reasons for this are complicated. For one thing, our bodies are the most complex organisms in nature, and developing drugs that have powerful effects on disease without harming healthy cells and tissue turns out to be extremely difficult. So difficult, in fact, that developing a new medicine now costs well over $1 billion. In trying to become more efficient and reduce development cost, the drug industry is searching for the optimum model for R&D. But the most productive model and scale for biotech research remains a quest in progress. The problem is that we continue to see high failure rates for drugs that enter the regulatory pipeline. Only 5 to 8% of new molecular entities that start out as drug candidates make it all the way to the market. Commissioner Hamburg has pointed out that we're investing between industry and academia about $100 billion in research today and not getting our fair share of new medicines. But this isn't true across the board. In 2011, the FDA issued a report citing 35 innovative treatments for hepatitis C, prostate cancer, lupus, pneumonia, and other serious disorders. This report showed how the FDA used expedited approval authority, flexible clinical study requirements, and resources collected under PDUFA to improve the rate of approvals. Oncology, for instance, emerged as a particularly bright spot. And our recent work with BCG found that cancer drugs experience rapid review on the order of 10 to 15 months. But there were other areas, cardiovascular, central nervous system, gastrointestinal, that stretched almost twice as long. The point is, there are major differences in timelines depending on a drug's therapeutic area. And in our view, this suggests an opportunity, namely for the FDA to learn from its own best practices and then replicate those practices across the agency. To accomplish this, though, will require more data than we have had in the past. But timely, accurate data would prove equally valuable for internal FDA benchmarking and for industry management. It's hard to overstate the importance of good data. A time-honored principle of management is that what gets measured gets done. Our work with BCG over the past 2 years, mining the agency's own data in order to gain a better understanding of how it operates, suggests a few things to us. First, that we need regularly to gather and analyze the best possible data, and that there's an opportunity to provide longitudinal data over the next PDUFA cycle so that 5 years from now, FDA, industry, and Congress can share the understanding of real trends over time. It's ironic that for an agency that regulates more than 20% of U.S. GDP and relies increasingly on industry user fees, that there has been so little in the way of consistent tracking. In addition, better data may help the agency, Congress, and industry to develop a better understanding of benefits versus risk. Virtually all medicines carry some capacity for harm, and a zero-risk mentality would shut down development of beneficial drugs altogether. But more attention needs to be devoted to how the FDA's policies and operations encourage or discourage investment in different therapeutic areas. In other words, how we measure risk. How should we measure risk if the agency's demands for data become so intense that investors avoid that therapeutic area altogether? This is happening today in areas like diabetes and obesity. I'd like to conclude by observing that PDUFA has been a remarkable success. For this legislation to move science forward, it needs to remain highly focused on enabling the agency to promote innovation, on encouraging it to address areas of inefficiency, on balancing its mission to protect public health with the importance of attracting robust private sector investment into new drugs and biologics. Ultimately, public health and economic competitiveness are two sides of the same coin. Without immense investment, the next generation of breakthroughs will never materialize, nor will the jobs to manufacture them. Commissioner Hamburg wrote an op-ed last year calling FDA America's Innovation Agency. I think this is more an aspiration than an historical fact, but it's an aspiration that we all share, and PDUFA 5 is an important step toward accomplishing it. Thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Chair thanks the gentleman and recognize Mr. Pops for 5 minutes for opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman Pitts and Ranking Member Pallone. I appreciate the opportunity to be here today. I'm Richard Pops, Chairman and CEO of Alkermes, and I'm here testifying on behalf of the Biotechnology Industry Organization, or BIO. I coordinated BIO's engagement on the PDUFA 5 discussions with the FDA, and I've got more than 20 years of experience in managing biotechnology companies and successfully developing new therapies for patients. So I know firsthand the impact that PDUFA has had on patients and on medical innovation. BIO, in summary, supports a swift enactment of the PDUFA 5 recommendations that improve this regulatory process and provide patients and doctors with earlier access to breakthrough therapies that we focus our lives on developing. So at Alkermes, our company, we're in a very exciting phase of growth with a diversified portfolio of commercial products that have already made it through the FDA process, so we've had that experience, but also new medications in development where we're in the midst of the regulatory process, addressing central nervous system disorders such as addiction, schizophrenia, and depression. We began as a raw startup in labs next to MIT up in Massachusetts, and today we employ over 1,200 individuals in Massachusetts, Georgia, Ohio, and worldwide, and we operate large manufacturing facilities in both Ohio and in Georgia as well. Key to our success, and I think the success of the industry in general, is a reliable and predictable FDA, and the PDUFA program is an incredibly important part of that. The PDUFA 5 recommendations are based on the principles that a science-based, transparent, and well-managed review process that appropriately balances benefit and risk can enhance the public trust and increase patient access to new medicines. Industry and FDA agreed upon a set of enhancements under PDUFA 5 designed to reinforce FDA's review performance and get back to basics for patients. These proposals have also been informed by an unprecedented level of public input, which has further strengthened the technical agreement. These enhancements include a new molecular entity, or NME, review program that we hope will lead to fewer review cycles and earlier patient access to needed treatments, enhanced communication during drug development, regulatory science modernization, and robust safety and post-market surveillance capacities. While BIO, of course, supports the entirety of the technical agreement, today I'd like to focus primarily on the enhanced communication in PDUFA 5. This initiative is based on the philosophy that timely, interactive communication with biotechnology and life science companies during drug development should be a core agency activity. While many biotechnology companies operate on the cutting edge of biomedical science and develop new therapies, science is a collaborative process. It doesn't occur in a vacuum. And it's critical to promote interactive scientist-to-scientist communications between FDA and sponsors. In the course of drug development, we often have simple, clarifying questions, the responses of which could have a significant impact on the development program, but are not extensive enough to warrant formal meetings with FDA. To obtain timely responses to such questions, we currently often have to engage in lengthy exchange of multiple formal letters with FDA, which is an inefficient and cumbersome use of both FDA's and sponsors' time. For small biotechnology companies relying on limited venture capital funding sources, these delays can create significant impediments to development programs and therefore innovation. So as part of the enhanced communication program, FDA will establish best practices for this type of interactive dialogue and train staff on communication. Independent reports commissioned by FDA have demonstrated that enhanced communication during drug development ultimately results in higher quality applications, which can improve efficiency for FDA reviewers. This proposal was a top bio priority, and we're pleased that it was included in the agreement. In addition to the enhanced communication features, PDUFA 5 agreement makes new resources available to modernize regulatory science in the areas of personalized medicine and rare disease drug research. Modern approaches to drug development and evaluation will introduce new efficiencies in the drug development process and provide FDA with additional tools to evaluate the benefits and the risks of pharmaceutical products. These proposals will also integrate more structured and systematic approaches to addressing benefit and risks and allow FDA to conduct outreach to patients and hold workshops to better understand patient perspectives on disease severity and unmet medical need. BIO looks forward to working with the committee and the FDA to implement PDUFA 5. I want to thank you again for having us here today.
Chair thanks, gentlemen. Recognize Dr. Whedon for 5 minutes for opening statement.
Thank you. Chairman Pitts, Ranking Member Perlone, members of the subcommittee, good afternoon. I'm David Whedon, Senior Vice President of Scientific and Regulatory Affairs at the Pharmaceutical Research and Manufacturers of America, better known as PhRMA. PhRMA appreciates this opportunity to testify today and share our views on the fifth reauthorization of the Prescription Drug User Fee Act, PDUFA, and the reauthorization of the Best Pharmaceuticals for Children Act, BPCA, and the Pediatric Research Equity Act, PREA. PhRMA and its member companies, the country's leading pharmaceutical research and biotechnology companies, strongly support the original goals of PDUFA, namely, to provide patients with faster access to innovative medicines, to preserve and strengthen FDA's high standards for safety, efficacy, and quality, and to advance the scientific basis for the agency's regulatory oversight. PDUFA has advanced public health by accelerating the availability of innovative medicines to patients while helping to ensure patient safety. Furthermore, PDUFA has helped to improve America's competitiveness around the world. Since the passage of the original Prescription Drug User Fee Act in 1992, the U.S. has become the world leader in bringing new medicines to patients first. Ensuring that the U.S. maintains a policy and regulatory environment that encourages an efficient, consistent, and predictable drug review process is key to keeping America competitive in today's global economy. PhRMA strongly endorses the recommendation of the PDUFA 5 Performance Goals Letter, which was created with unprecedented transparency and input from diverse stakeholders. This agreement will provide FDA with the resources and the tools required to further enhance the timeliness, completeness, and efficiency of the drug review process, including provisions to advance regulatory science and modernize drug development, to improve benefit-risk decision-making, and to further strengthen FDA's focus on patient safety. I'd like to focus for a moment on one specific provision in the PDUFA 5 agreement. PDUFA 5 will improve the review process for new molecular entity, NME, drug and biologic applications, which will be particularly significant for patients because NMEs are novel compounds that have the potential to address unmet medical needs and advance patient care. Specifically, it is anticipated that earlier and more comprehensive communication between the agency and drug sponsors, as required in this enhanced review program, will improve the rate of on-time first-cycle successes. The success of the new review program and of the agency's ability to achieve its drug review goals will be independently assessed and reported in 2015 and 2017. PDUFA 5 will continue to provide FDA with the resources and tools that are essential to support patient safety and promote medical innovation through enhanced timeliness, completeness, and efficiency of the drug review process. Pharma encourages Congress to reauthorize PDUFA in a timely manner based on the negotiated PDUFA 5 performance goals and to minimize the inclusion of additional provisions that may have the unintended consequence of distracting from the Act's original intent. The Best Pharmaceuticals for Children Act and the Pediatric Research Equity Act have been extraordinarily successful in improving medical care for children by driving research to create innovative medicines for use in pediatric patients. According to the FDA, the current pediatric exclusivity program has done more to spur research and generate critical information about the use of medicines in pediatric patients than any other government initiative. Ensuring that the pediatric exclusivity incentive is preserved is key to continued innovation and improvement in pediatric medical care in the face of rising research costs. Since their initial enactment and subsequent reauthorizations, BPCA and PREA have been subject to a sunset clause, under which their provisions expire after 5 years unless reauthorized by Congress. To build upon the tremendous success of BPCA and PREA in improving medical care for children, Congress should permanently reauthorize BPCA and PREA. In closing, I would like to use this opportunity to briefly discuss the issue of pharmaceutical supply chain integrity. Pharma supports granting FDA discretion to set routine inspection intervals for foreign and domestic facilities according to risk. We support providing FDA with the flexibility to prioritize inspections of foreign establishments based on the risk they present, and believe relying on set criteria such as compliance history, time since last inspection, and volume and type of products produced will enhance the FDA's ability to target its inspection resources efficiently and effectively. A more detailed description of additional recommendations on how to strengthen the integrity of the supply chain can be found in Pharma's written testimony. We look forward to continuing to work with this committee, FDA, and other stakeholders on these important issues. Chairman Pitts and members of the subcommittee, thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Chair thanks the gentleman and recognize Mr. Kokel for 5 minutes for opening statement.
Chairman Pitts, Ranking Member Pallone, and committee members, thank you for the opportunity to be here today. My name is Alan Kokel. I'm the Director of Medical Programs with the Pew Health Group, which seeks to improve the health and well-being of Americans by supporting policies that foster innovation and reduce risks to consumers. I'm here today to talk about the safety of the U.S. drug supply. Pew has focused on this for the last 4 years, as has this committee. In recent years, pharmaceutical manufacturing has been transformed. What was once a domestic industry is now global. 40% of our finished drugs and 80% of the active ingredients now originate outside our borders. Much of the supply is purchased in India and China. The number of non-U.S. plants that supply the U.S. has doubled in just the past decade. Yet the Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act remain overwhelmingly domestically focused. This puts consumers at risk and American manufacturers on an uneven playing field. While the leading companies are already doing thorough assessments of their supply chains, We have to make sure that there's no incentive for the weaker actors to gain a competitive advantage by cutting corners. Just 4 years ago, hundreds of American patients were sickened and some died after they received a blood-thinning drug, heparin, that had been adulterated during manufacture in China. This was a U.S. company that was reliant on an upstream network of suppliers that it didn't know and couldn't control. Since that tragedy, this committee has held 9 hearings and heard from more than 60 witnesses. You've conducted a careful and thorough investigation that has identified serious gaps in the system. We don't know who adulterated that heparin from China, but we certainly know how to reduce the risk that someone else will adulterate some other imported drug in the future. Congress needs to act to protect Americans. We need a system that reduces risks, that rewards companies that have proper quality systems in place, promotes an even playing field, and uses taxpayer dollars efficiently. Pew's After Heparin report identifies the risks and suggests some pragmatic solutions. Let me make 3 key points. First, inspections. Not that far from here is one of the U.S.'s largest pharmaceutical manufacturing facilities. It's a Mylan facility in West Virginia. It employs a lot of people. And like any other domestic manufacturing facility, it can expect an FDA inspection about every 2 years. That company's competitors in India and China, also making drugs for the U.S. market, face nowhere near that level of scrutiny. A plant outside the U.S. knows that FDA may visit only once before the product's first approved, and then may never return. And that reduces the incentive to make ongoing investments in quality. The FDA should inspect plants, both domestic and overseas, based on risk, and no company should go uninspected for more than 4 years. We support the call by Mylan and others in industry for a level playing field to ensure safety regardless of where the drugs come from. Inspections are one part of the solution. Let me talk for a moment about supplier quality. Pfizer, represented here today on this panel, has invested heavily in supply chain integrity, from production and ingredient sourcing to distribution security. Let me quote from previous testimony by Pfizer. They said, "Companies in emerging markets are operating in a developing regulatory environment with a novice inspectorate. Many have rudimentary quality systems or none at all. Before a U.S. pharmaceutical firm can consider sourcing from these suppliers, it's imperative that the firm work with suppliers to upgrade their quality systems and standards." The Pew report outlines well-documented cases of suppliers concealing the actual sources of drug ingredients, in some cases bringing in chemical materials that were not intended for pharmaceutical use. We call for modernizing current regulations to ensure that every company has appropriate measures in place to ensure quality standards at their suppliers. And finally, we need to make sure that the FDA has the tools that are appropriate for today's global paradigm. For example, companies with high-quality systems and an established track record shouldn't face delays at the border. Companies that don't have those things should face heightened scrutiny. We need to make sure that the FDA has the clear authority at the border to refuse products when the plant that made them has denied an FDA inspection. The proposed generic user fee agreement will provide FDA with new resources for increased inspections of overseas generic manufacturing. It's an important step, and the PDUFA reauthorization is the opportunity to bring the FDCA into the 21st century to give Americans a greater assurance of safety. Let me conclude with something that we heard often over the course of our research. If there are feasible practical steps that we don't take, it's not a question of if there's another tragedy. It's a question of when. Thank you, and I welcome any questions.
Chair, thanks, gentlemen, and recognize Ms. Dorman for 5 minutes for opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ranking Member Pallone. I need to turn the mic. Is that on? It is on. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today. I am Diane Dorman, Vice President for Public Policy for NORD, the National Organization for Rare Disorders. Since 1983, NORD has served as a leading voice and advocate for the approximately 30 million men, women, and children with rare diseases in the United States. NORD's mission is to foster a social, political, and financial culture of innovation that supports the basic and translational research necessary to develop new diagnostic tests and therapies for all rare disorders. This requires a regulatory environment that encourages the development and timely approval of new, safe, and effective treatments for rare disorders. Reauthorizing PDUFA presents an opportunity for Congress to achieve that goal. Greater clarity and predictability for the review of novel therapies for rare disorders can be achieved by allocating some of the PDUFA resources to support the enhancement of regulatory science.
Of special significance in the draft agreement is the Rare Disease Initiative that will enhance the development of drugs and biologics for the treatment of rare conditions. We support these efforts and look forward to the opportunity to work with the agency and with Congress to guarantee the success of this initiative. The rare disease community was heartened recently when the drug approval summary for 2011 was announced. Of the 35 innovative drugs approved in 2011, 10 were orphan drugs. We hope and expect that further investment in orphan products will lead to continued development of therapies that address the unmet medical needs of patients. We are encouraged that the Orphan Drug Act has brought about such successful innovation in the market for rare disease therapies. The reality is that we have barely started the journey. There are still approximately 6,800 rare diseases that lack an FDA-approved therapy. The reauthorization of PDUFA offers hope that we may build on previous successes by strengthening the review process still further and by creating an environment that encourages innovation and investment. We believe that the Rare Disease Program will enhance the regulatory science needed to accelerate development of new therapies. This initiative allocates a small fraction of user fees to support the existing Rare Disease Program in CEDAR. The agreement completes the current staffing and implementation plan and establishes a rare disease liaison within the Center for Biologics. Last October, NORD released a landmark study that looked at all drugs for diseases other than cancer approved as orphans since 1983 to identify whether and when FDA exercised flexibility in the review process. Of the 135 drug approvals studied, NORD concluded that the FDA demonstrated flexibility in the review of effectiveness data on orphan drug therapies for 2 out of every 3 orphan drugs approved. FDA clearly has demonstrated in its actions on orphan products over the past 3 decades that it recognizes the importance of therapies for people with rare disorders. NORD believes it would be helpful for such flexibility to be recognized in a formal FDA policy and for officials to incorporate flexibility in a systematic way in their evaluations of each new therapy. While the statutory standard for safety and efficacy should be the same for all medical products, enhancement of the Rare Disease Program will allow FDA to provide greater clarity in how it applies the standards for safety and effectiveness to orphan products. A formal policy setting forth the agency's view of flexibility in conducting orphan product review is likely to provide more certainty to innovators seeking to develop rare disease therapies. Further, we would like to see the proposed public meeting and staff training implementation dates move forward to occur no later than 2013. PDUFA 5 will provide FDA with the resources needed to maintain a strong professional staff that is necessary for the development of clear guidelines and the expedited review of innovative therapies. In addition to the Rare Disease Program, there are 2 other policy considerations that we feel are worthy of your consideration: current conflict of interest provisions and patient participation in risk assessment. First, during FDA negotiations, NORD argued that because patient populations are very small and the number of researchers who study a particular rare disease is limited, identifying experts not financially conflicted to sit on an advisory committee would be difficult, if not impossible. Those concerns were realized in 2008 when it took the FDA nearly 6 months to identify an expert to review a life-saving therapy to treat infantile spasms. While conflict of interest considerations are clearly necessary, our view is that the existing provisions in the Federal Advisory Committee Act and the Ethics in Government Act of 1978 are adequate to safeguard against conflicts of interest. A separate standard is not needed. Second, NORD, working with like-minded patient organizations, has developed a proposal submitted to the FDA to allow the patient community to communicate on a more frequent and periodic basis with medical reviewers and other relevant FDA staff as they make risk tolerance and other decisions. We advocate that more systematic processes be established at FDA to enable contributions from the patient community at the time that critical decisions on risk tolerance are being made. We do not seek to create a burdensome or time-consuming process. Rather, we want to be sure that patients have the opportunity to share their views. In closing, I want to thank the committee again for giving NORD the opportunity to testify today regarding the reauthorization of PDUFA. The rare disease community believes that engaging Congress and FDA officials in the process has and will continue to lead to practical, detailed improvements to the regulatory process that will accelerate the development of orphan products from concept to access. Thank you very much.
Chair thanks the gentlelady and recognizes Dr. Fraterelli for 5 minutes for opening statement.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, members of the subcommittee, my name is Dr. Daniel Fraterelli. I'm a practicing pediatrician and chair of pediatrics at Oakwood Hospital in beautiful Dearborn, Michigan. I'm here today representing the American Academy of Pediatrics in my official capacity as chair of the AAP's Committee on Drugs. The testimony I give you today is supported and endorsed by the Elizabeth Glaser Pediatric AIDS Foundation. And I'm here today to discuss the Best Pharmaceuticals for Children Act and the Pediatric Research Equity Act, and I'd like to begin just by amplifying something that Dr. Whedon said. When we're looking at BPC and PREA, we can really say unequivocally that these two laws have added more pediatric-specific information to the labels of drugs and biologics than we've been able to in the 70 years prior to their enactment. And it's vitally important for infants, children, and adolescents that these laws be reauthorized. I wish to extend the Academy's sincerest thanks to Representative Anna Eshoo for her longstanding support and for championing these important laws for children. And although not the subject of today's hearing, the Academy also wishes to acknowledge and thank Representatives Mike Rogers and Ed Markey, who together authored the Pediatric Medical Device Safety and Improvement Act of 2007. Now, as a pediatrician, I see firsthand the need for all children to have medicines that are studied for their use. And thankfully, we've gone from a time back when I trained when about 80% of the drugs that we used didn't have any specific pediatric labeling to today, where about half of that number's down to about 50%. And this success is a direct result of BPCA and PREA. Since 1997, 426 labels have been updated with new pediatric information, and in many cases, studies have altered the dosages or formulation we give our patients, and in others, drugs that were previously thought to be safe or effective in children have proved not to be. The 2007 reauthorization led to several improvements in the function of these laws. All BPCA and PREA studies now result in label changes, and the number of times companies have declined BPCA studies has gone down tremendously, while the number of products studied under BPC and PREA has gone up. And the consistency and quality of pediatric studies has improved significantly, largely through the hard work of the FDA's internal Pediatric Review Committee. Based on what we've learned about these laws since 1997, the Academy offers 5 recommendations for improvements to BPC and PREA in 2012. The first of these is to do pediatric study plans earlier. Now, PREA is a pre-market requirement for safety and effectiveness. However, the law does not require the submission of a plan for pediatric studies until a company submits its drug application to the FDA. Submission of this plan so late in the process can lead to insufficient planning and potentially avoidable delays in getting important pediatric data. AAP therefore recommends amending PREA to require the submission of a pediatric study plan by the end of Phase 2. Second recommendation is to improve accountability. We heard this already also, that 78% of PREA studies due after September 27, 2007 are currently late or were completed late. While many of these studies might be delayed for good reasons, such as a difficulty recruiting patients, FDA's publicly available data do not distinguish between the reasonable and the unreasonable delays. We feel the FDA should have the authority to grant extensions when there is a good cause, but in cases where there isn't a good cause, FDA should have added enforcement tools comparable to those it has for post-marketing commitments involving adults. Third recommendation is to promote studies in younger age groups. Now, the neonatologists, the people who take care of babies from birth to age 1 month, report that almost 90% of the drugs that they use routinely have never been labeled for this population. And neonatal drug research faces some unique hurdles. AAP believes that the FDA should be required to ensure that BPCA and PREA written requests include neonates whenever possible. And if they're not, explain the rationale why. The PREA should be triggered when a company decides to expand to a new age group so that pediatricians will have data for an age group that's as young as the FDA determines necessary. The GAO also identified a lack of neonatal expertise at the FDA, and we feel that a dedicated neonatologist added at FDA would assist in reviewing divisions in thinking through these neonatal drug studies. Fourth recommendation is to increase transparency. As we learned in 2007 amendments, increased transparency benefits policymakers and researchers. Building on this, the AAP also recommends that new written requests under BPCA made public at the time that they are accepted or declined. And our fifth recommendation is to make PREA permanent. We call upon Congress to make PREA permanent in 2012. The FDA currently has a permanent authority to ensure the safety and efficacy of drugs used in adults, and children deserve the same. As part of this legislation, Congress should also reauthorize the important program at the National Institutes of Health to fund the study of older drugs no longer subject to BPC and PREA. I'd like to thank the committee again for allowing me the opportunity to share with you the strong support of the American Academy of Pediatrics for the reauthorization of BPC and PREA, and would be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Chair thanks the gentleman, and I'll now begin questioning and recognize myself for 5 minutes for that purpose. Mr. Germano, will you explain how the PDUFA agreement will help improve predictability and transparency of the drug review process, why this is important to American patients and jobs?
I think that the measure that I spoke of in my testimony was a measure that's particularly important. The PDUFA provisions allow for a review process that has a number of important enhancements, most notably is the number of interactions that are now would be mandatory for communication and transparency between the agency and the sponsor companies. I think very often issues that arise during the review process are not clearly understood or not consistently understood between the agency and the sponsor company, and I think that this enhanced level of communication and transparency is likely to result in a greater level of understanding and issue resolution and consistency in the review process, leading to review times that likely could be shortened and a clarity on expectations between the two parties. If we can get through the process more efficiently, we can bring new products to the market more quickly and benefit patients, and it's good all around for the FDA, for the company, and for physicians and patients who need our medicines.
Thank you. I think I'll just go down the line. Dr. Gallagher, in your testimony you make a connection between differences in FDA review times across therapeutic areas and how that affects development decisions by investors and companies. And can you speak to that issue a little further? You also mention the adage that you can't manage what you don't measure, and PDUFA has long required the agency to report on numerous performance measurements. You suggest that performance would benefit from some more granular reporting at the review division level. Can you elaborate on that?
Sure, and is this on? I think those two are related. Investors in large companies like Pfizer's, but even more venture capitalists who are looking at funding new ventures, consider the time to market for their inventions, for their investments. And as we have seen, for example, in diabetes and in cardiovascular, venture investment has almost completely dried up because the time for review and the cost of clinical studies is so great. So the FDA exists in an ecosystem. It exists in a market in which it sends signals about its standards, about times and so forth, and those signals are extraordinarily important for the amount of investment that flows into new inventions, into innovative products. On the data question, we just heard the Commissioner talk about moving to electronic submissions and basically taking the FDA from the analog era that it has inhabited to the digital age. And that's really important. But at bottom, the FDA is really a data management agency. I mean, it collects data from industry, it analyzes the data and makes decisions. The opportunity for a better assessment of some of the metrics that people have been talking about, for example, transparency, communication, and so forth, and how the agency is performing against those can be measured, and I think should be part of the ongoing assessment of agency performance.
Thank you. Mr. Germano, you had mentioned in your testimony that one of your vaccines got approved through the accelerated approval pathway. Can you give us background on the importance of the accelerated approval pathway, why it's important to get the vaccine to patients as soon as possible?
Yes, just last December, our vaccine Prevnar 13 was approved for prevention of pneumococcal disease in individuals 50 years of age and older under this accelerated review process. And the accelerated review process is a measure that the FDA can use when they deem a medicine, or in this case a vaccine, to be appropriate to satisfy a significant unmet medical need for a serious disease or a serious condition. And in this case, just to give you some understanding of the seriousness of pneumococcal disease, pneumococcal pneumonia accounts for over 300,000 hospitalizations a year in the United States and over 25,000 deaths. So it's a very significant disease state, a high burden of both disease and high burden of cost for society. So the FDA utilized the accelerated review process to review and approve this medicine. And now really that there's only one other hurdle to get through to bring this vaccine to patients or to society, really, and that's a CDC recommendation for usage. And we're hopeful that we'll get a CDC recommendation later this month when their Advisory Council on Immunization Practices meets, and then we'll be able to bring the vaccine to the American public.
Thank you. I think we're going to have to do a second round. My time is up. We'll recognize the ranking member, Mr. Pallone, for 5 minutes for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to ask this question, I guess, of Mr. Germano and I guess Mr. Pops and Mr. Dr. Whedon, the three of you could answer. We heard from Dr. Hamburg this morning that the FDA rarely, if ever, meets the waiver caps related to the number of persons with a conflict of interest that can serve on a FDA advisory panel. At the same time, we know there are concerns from the public about FDA panelists having conflicts of interest related to the issues they're reviewing. About 3 weeks ago, the Wall Street Journal published an article highlighting the conflict of interest 3 panelists on one panel had in relation to a product they were reviewing. I know that, it's concerned. I mean, we're concerned because we want to have the best experts possible on the panels, but we need to help the FDA get such experts and get them in a timely manner. But I'm having difficulty seeing how removing the waiver caps will solve anything when FDA is not meeting these caps. So my question is, given that the waiver caps are not routinely reached, can you explain how removing the waiver caps would improve the current situation, if you believe it would? And are there any other fixes you would suggest in addition to or instead of removing the waiver caps? Let's start with Mr. Germano.
Okay, I mean, I'll start, and I think this is a particularly important area for Pfizer. As I mentioned in my testimony, we're focused on bringing new medicines in the rare disease and orphan disease area, and this is an area where oftentimes there are a small number of highly expert opinion leaders and physician experts.
I don't have a lot of time though, so just. What do you think? I mean, should we be removing them? Why?
Well, I think that our view is that there is a need to improve the process of the advisory committees, particularly in areas where there's a paucity of experts. And I don't know if it's additional waivers or better utilization of the waivers that exist. I'm not familiar enough with the issues, but there's a need for improvement.
Would either of the other two of you like to answer?
Just being directly responsive to your question, I don't think removal of waivers does a whole lot for the reasons you cited. I think that FDA has different standards than other agencies of the government with respect to conflict. My own view is that I think they're too restrictive. And coming at it from the innovator's point of view, the most important thing for us when we convene a panel is that the people sitting at the panel are expert in the disease, because they're the best suited to make the decisions between risk and benefit that are so critical for patients.
Okay. Dr. Whedon?
Thank you, Representative Pallone. I think in addition to what Mr. Pops just added, I think
your mic on.
I think it is. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear now. Maybe talk closer to it.
I think it's also important for us to consider broadening the question and looking at it from perhaps a different perspective from just waiver caps. And that might be recognizing that both FDA and industry have a vested interest in working with the best expertise. Should there be a penalty for FDA because industry has engaged that expertise in helping it develop its plan for investigation and research, and vice versa? Should industry not be allowed to engage that expertise because FDA may be planning to use that individual in an advisory committee? And in the case of rare diseases, it's even more of a particular issue because there could be so few experts
Right.
for both industry and FDA to engage.
All right, thanks. Let me get a second question in here. We've talked about how in today's world drug manufacturing is a global affair and outsourcing is common, and robust supply chain management is best practice for industry, including supplier qualification and assessment. So I wanted to ask Mr. Germano again. Pfizer has underscored in previous testimony the importance of ensuring the quality of suppliers, particularly those in emerging economies. Can you tell me what Pfizer is doing to ensure supplier quality? Do you believe that every company knows their suppliers and knows the quality system in place?
Well, I mean, product supply quality is of the highest interest to Pfizer. I think that we've put a number of important measures in place to ensure the integrity of our supply. Some of those measures include risk assessments of potential suppliers, contractual measures to ensure the effectiveness and quality of those suppliers. We go into some of the suppliers and work with them to upgrade their systems. We have audits on a routine basis, so we employ quite an array of measures to ensure the quality and integrity of our suppliers.
I was going to ask Mr. Cockle, but I guess I'm out of time, so Mr. Chairman. Thanks.
Chair, thank you, gentlemen, and recognize Dr. Burgess for 5 minutes for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Dorman, let's stay on the issue of the conflicts because you referenced that in your prepared testimony, and I do believe it's extremely important. In fact, when this reauthorization occurred in 2007, I was way down at the kids' table on the minority side and wasn't really able to make the point as effectively as it needed to be made. But we've got vacancies on the advisory panels. Now, we've got some waivers that can be applied, and there are caps on the waivers. Do you think the system itself creates an environment where otherwise qualified people say, you know what, I don't need that. I'm not going to go through that. So have we created a hostile environment to the researchers and the people who might be knowledgeable about these products because of the restrictions placed on the advisory panels in the 2007 reauth?
I don't know if I would say that there's a hostile environment per se, but some of the restrictions, especially related to their finances and their investments and things like that, could be a deterrent to some people to expose themselves to that type of that level of scrutiny. I will say that there's something that really does need to be done. A colleague of mine is president of the Pediatric Ataxia Research Association, and he was asked by the FDA to apply to sit on an advisory committee, and he was turned down because of perceived conflicts. And this is a man whose child died of Pediatric ataxia. So there are real concerns that really need to be looked at, and we feel as if FDA should not be held to an even higher standard than all of the federal agencies, that they should be beholden to FACA.
Well, as I recall, during the discussion, the reference to the Institute of Medicine said that no more than 40% of the advisory panel should be made up of people who potentially had a conflict. I thought that was an okay number. Mm-hmm. That means you still have, as you correctly alluded to, the universe of people who has an understanding of the diseases and the treatments proposed is vanishingly small with some of these. And if you exclude even one individual, that may be a significant percentage of the population, the scientific population, that actually understands the studies at hand.
That's great. I mean, the patient population, the rare disease community is very, very small. Patient organizations work with researchers. They work with companies to encourage the development of these orphan products. So, yes, in the rare disease community, basically everyone is pretty conflicted.
Well, are all conflicts equal? I believe they are under the reauthorization that we passed, but in the real world, are all conflicts equal?
No, I don't think so.
I don't either. Let me ask you this. Do you think that the advisory conflict policy has hindered bringing new products to market?
No, it may have delayed, like in the case of Sabril, but I don't think it has, in my opinion.
in my opinion, hindered and delayed would be identical, but I will accept your answer. Well, would you support loosening of some of these restrictions?
Excuse me?
Would you support the loosening of some of these restrictions that were placed in the 2007 reauthorization? In the interest of full disclosure, I have a bill out there, 3206, which attempts to undo some of these restrictions. Have you had an opportunity to look at that legislation?
Yes, I have, and I have spoken with your staff.
Now, Dr. Hamburg implied that she didn't need a legislative fix, but in your estimation, would a legislative fix expedite the solution to this problem in your world?
That has been our position, yes.
And no great surprise, my position too. Dr. Whedon, let me ask you a question. Dr. Hamburg referenced the coming into the electronic age for some of the applications for the pre-market approval process. And I guess I'm surprised that that is not farther along. Do you have a sense as to what is the volume of new product applications, new drug applications that are sitting on paper applications in boxes in the basement of someone's warehouse?
Well, I think we may be talking about two different things. Most sponsors, if not all, certainly the member companies that we represent, now submit what's called an electronic document. So everything is electronic. It's no longer boxes in U-Haul trucks as it used to be 20 years ago. I think what Dr. Hamburg was referring to and what we reference in the PDUFA agreement is an attempt to have more of a common template such that electronic data is collected in a common format regardless of who the sponsor may be. The ultimate benefit of that is when the agency needs to look across products, across sponsors, the data is collected in a similar way. It's much easier to collate, much easier to do analyses and come to some robust conclusions. Right now, it's all over the place, and it makes it much more difficult for the agency to do that type of analysis. So I don't think Dr. Hamburg was intended to imply that they're still collecting data on a paper format. That's not the case. It's just doing it more efficiently such that the agency can carry out its job much more effectively.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll yield back the time.
Chair, thanks, gentlemen. To recognize the ranking member emeritus, Mr. Dingle, for 5 minutes for questions.
Mr. Chairman, I thank you for your courtesy. First, welcome to Dr. Daniel Fraterelli. He's a constituent of mine from Oakwood Hospital and from Dearborn Medical Center in Dearborn, Michigan, my hometown. Doctor, it's a pleasure to welcome you. Thank you for being here. As members of the committee well know, I've long believed that the FDA does not have the people, the funding, or the authorities it needs to properly oversee an increasingly global drug supply chain. That has been supported by testimony and evidence submitted in hearings before this committee for a number of years. So in support of that posture, I would like to direct my questions to you, Mr. Germano of Pfizer, and please answer to the following questions, yes or no. Do you agree that both FDA and industry have a responsibility to ensure the security of our drug supply chain, yes or no?
Yes.
Do you agree that the knowledge of your suppliers is important, yes or no?
I'm sorry, the knowledge of our suppliers?
Your knowledge, acquaintance, and experience with them as to their behavior and the quality of the goods that they deliver you. Yes or no?
Yes.
Thank you. There are no traps here.
Okay.
I want you to
just want to make sure I understand the question.
I just give the answers and you will be satisfied, and so will I.
Okay.
Does Pfizer have systems in place so that they can know and understand their suppliers and monitor the manufacturing quality of these suppliers? Yes or no?
Yes.
Should all companies making drugs in the U.S. know their suppliers and have quality systems in place there to assure that they're getting safe supplies from their suppliers? Yes or no? Now, I must assume, however, though, that there would be some instances where additional help would be needed by American suppliers, i.e. in the heparin case, where raw materials or components for the heparin were clearly not safe, and the result was American manufacturers were put at risk. Should FDA have additional authorities to provide that kind of support for American manufacturers? Yes or no?
Yes.
No traps here.
Yeah,
sir.
no.
I want you to be comfortable. Should the companies be using risk analysis to target safety risks? Yes or no?
Yes.
And that's not on a standalone basis. Obviously, they would
right.
have to use other things. Now, these are for Dr. Whedon of Pharma. Doctor, I want you to be comfortable with these, and I'm not trying to lay any traps for anybody here. I want to focus on inspections. Do you agree that requiring FDA to conduct comparable inspections of domestic and foreign drug facilities is important to ensuring a level playing field for our drug manufacturers? Yes or no?
Certainly the answer is yes, based on...
sorry?
I'm sorry. Certainly the answer is yes, based on ability to assess risk.
I have very limited time, Doctor, and
I understand.
I beg your cooperation here. Do you agree that conducting comparable inspections of domestic and foreign facilities is important to public health? Yes or no?
That is a yes.
And of course, it's important to the fairness with which we treat our manufacturers. Is that not so?
I think it's important to be fair across the board.
Now, do you agree that FDA needs adequate resources to conduct comparable inspections of domestic and foreign drug manufacturers? Yes or no?
I believe the agency should have adequate resources.
Now, if FDA does not treat manufacturers, it is alike. It is very liable to be unfair to U.S. manufacturers because of its inability to impose equal burdens upon both domestic and foreign manufacturers who are outside of our borders and outside the capabilities of FDA to reach them. Isn't that so?
I think FDA has the ability to impact foreign manufacturers if they're importing drugs into the U.S.
But you would advocate that FDA do have such authority.
I think FDA has that ability to impact those manufacturers, and they should.
Please answer my question.
And they should, yes, sir.
Okay. Does a prescription drug user fee agreement currently provide resources for pre-approval inspection? Yes or no?
Yes, it does.
Does a prescription drug user fee agreement currently provide resources for any inspections beyond the pre-approval inspection? Yes or no?
That's a qualified yes, it does.
Qualified. But it should be yes, shouldn't it? Because FDA should have that authority, should they not?
But FDA has the ability to inspect facilities with resources.
That's one of the questions we're going to be going into, Doctor. The generic drug user fee agreement provides additional resources for FDA to conduct GMP inspections of both domestic and foreign drug facilities. Would you support providing similar resources to FDA for inspections of facilities manufacturing innovator drugs? Yes or no?
No.
Do you agree that a risk-based inspection schedule for domestic and foreign drug facilities based, for example, on compliance history, time since last inspection, volume and type of product would allow the FDA to better target the use of their resources?
Yes.
Yes or no? One obstacle to ensuring comparable inspections of domestic and foreign facilities is the lack of complete and adequate information that FDA has on drug manufacturing establishments. Do you support requiring domestic and foreign drug manufacturing facilities to register with FDA to provide a unique facility identifier and to list their products? Yes or no?
I think that is one I'd have to come back to you with further comment on. I'm not prepared to give a specific yes or no on that one.
Very good. One question then. Why is it that pharma does not support additional resources for GMP inspections?
Well, this is more than a yes or no, right?
It's a fairly simple question. I know you have a fairly easy to understand answer.
Right. So as you correctly point out, Representative Dingell, the PDUFA fees that the innovative industry presently pays goes towards pre-approval inspections. When an inspector goes into a facility, be it domestic or foreign, they don't only look at the product that is under consideration for approval. They look at the system of that manufacturing establishment. So a GMP inspection is carried out in the context of pre-approval inspections.
Am I somewhat dense in not understanding why we would want to see to it that FDA has the authority that it needs to carry out its responsibilities in the best way possible?
We certainly agree that FDA should have the resources to carry out their responsibilities very efficiently.
I note, Mr. Chairman, I have exceeded my time by 3 minutes and 5 seconds. You have my thanks and my apologies.
Chair thanks the gentleman and yields to the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Shimkus, for 5 minutes for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and apologize for missing the first part. I have a lot of questions about nuclear waste I could offer to you, but it's good to be here on the health panel. I'd like to also go to I want to go to Ms. Dorman, and can you just elaborate on how the FDA's current risk-based analysis is affecting patients?
Well, it's the feeling of many patient organizations that the FDA has become far more risk-averse than it should be. And so we want some way that patients can communicate directly with the reviewers. We've had conversations with the FDA leadership, but the reviewers actually looking at the data don't normally hear from the patients or their families.
And what would the patients and the families tell them if they were listening?
It depends on the disease, I suppose, or the condition, but just to let them know what their quality of life is, to know more about the disease, what the risks of the disease are, what the progression of the disease is. I think those are some of the things that the reviewers would like to hear. And I would like to point out to the committee that Mr. Shimkus was the sponsored the rare diseases back in 2002. Thank you.
No, thank you, and that's not why I went to you, but I appreciate that. So I think you kind of answered this. How would you improve that risk-based system then? What would you want us to do in a public policy arena to try to fix that?
What we have proposed directly with the FDA, we're working internally with the officials there. What we have proposed, which isn't really written in stone, would allow patients in an unburdensome way to, maybe through a portal on their website, that would communicate some of those things. We don't want it to be a burdensome process for the agency at all, but to empower patients in some way, shape, or form to feel as if they have more control over the approval of a product.
And technologically, that shouldn't be real difficult, should it?
I'm a real techno-dweeb, but I would say it's probably not all that difficult to do.
I would also agree with you. Let me stay with you and ask about the FDA's vacancies on their advisory committees. Do you know how many there are, and what does that mean in this discussion that we're having?
I really don't know what the numbers might be.
And what is the problem with vacancies?
Well, the problem is that it can delay consideration of products if they're unable to find someone who is expert, especially in the rare disease world where, there are not a lot of people expert in their conditions. Usually the patients know more about their condition than their doctors do. So
say that again. Just reiterate that point.
I'm speaking just from North perspective. I mean, many patients have more knowledge about their condition, about the progression of their disease than some of the physicians do. So it's very important to have their input. And they're anxious to do so.
Yeah, and I would agree with you there. I mean, they are anxious because either they're suffering themselves or having the life experience, they also are very impassioned to try to make the system better for the future. And by being involved in the process, helpful, that gives them a role in this that they would like to be involved in.
Yeah, and it's helping our organizations understand the regulatory process more. So many of them are focused entirely on research at NIH and know very little about the FDA process. But in March 1, they're having a one-day advocacy meeting with patient organizations, and over 180 organizations have signed on. So this will give them an opportunity to learn about the FDA and the FDA to learn about their conditions.
Great, thank you. And just briefly, Mr. Golaher, I've been very concerned about capital research fleeing the United States because of the FDA's slowness. We've also heard a lot of testimony on venture capitalism. Is that true? If we have research and development, venture capital moving overseas, where are they going? And what does this mean for U.S. jobs?
To some degree, and this is less true in the drug industry than the medical device industry, there's been a shift of first-in-human trials and of middle stage and late stage research to Europe that in the device field has a faster and more user-friendly regulatory system. And we've certainly seen in California, and we've seen across the country, that most venture capitalists will not look at a business plan for a device company that doesn't have a European strategy. That's a tremendous change in the last 10 years.
And that would really affect jobs and the economy. And I mean, if they get the approval in Europe, they're most likely going to start there.
Well, no, that's right. And there are also a number of sequelae. So, for example, if you introduce a product in Germany before here, the doctors learn to use it. Some of the factors that are involved in early stage manufacturing may go there as well. And you also teach your competition how to make the product. So it's a real issue.
Thank you very much. I yield back my time, Mr. Chairman.
Chair, thanks, gentlemen. Recognize gentleman from California, Mr. Waxman, for 5 minutes for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Fratarelli, in your testimony, you provide compelling evidence of the benefits to children that the Best Pharmaceutical for Children's Act provides. As you note, because of studies conducted in response to BPCA and the Pediatric Research Equity Act, we learned invaluable information about the use of drugs in children. However, despite how well it's worked, you point out that the AAP believes that Congress should not remove the BPCA 5-year sunset provision because it provides Congress the opportunity to assess whether the BPCA continues to strike the right balance between achieving critical pediatric information and providing an appropriate incentive. Can you briefly expand on your testimony regarding why Congress should retain that 5-year sunset provision?
Sure. One of the big issues here is that it's kind of a moving target that we're talking about. The cost that this is going to incur by varying the period of exclusivity that these drugs obtain will change over time. And that cost is going to be borne by a lot of groups, private insurance companies, and the government as well. So there's a financial side to this, but the other part is every 5 years having the opportunity to look at these again, revise them, gives us some real benefits. If we go through, what happened last time we went and reauthorized these, we had some changes made so that, for example, now all the information that we get from these studies results in a label change, and that this information is more publicly available. Those are two real meaningful and important things to have, and they came about because we had this opportunity to reevaluate them in 5 years. Again.
That's a very good argument. The other, of course, is that when we have a 6-month exclusivity, that's a lot of money. And that cost, as you point out, is being carried by the people who pay for these drugs, whether it's government, insurance, or private individuals. If you have a 6-month exclusivity, especially if it's a drug like Lipitor with annual sales over $5 billion, that just can be a huge amount that's being passed on to others. And so we need to maintain a balance between providing adequate incentives for developing new indications for pediatric populations and not unduly burdening patients and payers with high drug costs for any longer than is necessary. During the 2007 reauthorization, we put forward a proposal to trim that 6 months of exclusivity for drugs with very high profit margins, so-called blockbuster drugs. I thought that made sense, but we didn't prevail in including it. I agree it's critical to retain that sunset provision so we have an opportunity to evaluate these questions, both the balance and the research questions as well. Ms. Dorman, we've heard concerns from several parties about the development of drugs for rare diseases. I talked in my opening statement about a proposal under consideration that would make changes to FDA's fast-track approval system for orphan drugs, the ULTRA Act. Specifically, it would require the FDA to use whatever data was available to evaluate and approve surrogate endpoints for review of these drugs, and would prevent FDA from requiring additional clinical data, even when FDA considers such additional data necessary to enable it to make an approval decision based on that endpoint. That's of concern to me. My understanding is that under current law, FDA has a great deal of discretion to identify and require appropriate scientific evidence. NORD recently did a study looking at whether FDA is flexible in its requirements for the approval of orphan drugs. Can you describe the conclusions of this study in more detail? What is NORD's view on the need for legislative changes to FDA's fast-track approval program for orphan drugs, specifically on the ULTRA Act?
We feel as if ULTRA would require the FDA to rely on surrogate endpoint based on little or no clinical evidence, and it could expose patients to unnecessary risk, and in our opinion would lower the approval standards of the FDA. And that is our concern. That study is really a landmark study of the 130, of the products that were reviewed by our former chair. Many of them, 90 of the 135, were approved based on administrative flexibility or case-by-case flexibility. And I think the example that Dr. Hamburg gave this morning in her testimony regarding the new therapy for cystic fibrosis, it was approved in 3 months. Mm-hmm. So they do use that flexibility when something that important comes forward.
Well, we all want these drugs on the market as fast as possible, but I would be concerned about any proposal to remove FDA's ability to require clinical data when FDA thinks it's essential to assure that these drugs are safe and effective. So I certainly agree with what position NORD has been taking. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair, thanks, gentlemen, and recognize the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Lance, for 5 minutes for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To Mr. Germano, very nice to see you again. In your testimony, you noted that Pfizer's enhanced focus on rare diseases, specifically allocating the majority of your research and development efforts to the areas that represent the intersection between unmet medical needs and your strength in biology and chemistry. Given that, could you comment on how the enhancements in regulatory science contained in the goals letter will support the development of products for rare diseases?
Yeah, I think that there are a number of elements of the proposed PDUFA 5 that will help in the advancement and review and development of medicines for rare diseases. I think the NME review process that I spoke of before will help bring clarity to the review process, which I think will be helpful. I think that some of the provisions in the enhancements to regulatory science, specifically for rare diseases, biomarker identification, and other measures that are in the PDUFA 5, I think are all intended to elevate the capability of the FDA and the potential for better transparency and problem solving and decision making between the company and the FDA.
Thank you. Are there any other changes that you could see that would incentivize innovative biopharmaceutical companies into developing more products for unmet needs?
Well, I think overall, confidence in the development pathway is a very big part of providing an incentive for a company to take on a project and the development of a new molecular entity in particular. So some of these provisions relate directly to improving confidence in the pathway and agreements that exist between the agency and the sponsor company. Beyond that, I think intellectual property and exclusivity assurance will give greater confidence to the sponsor to make the investments necessary to bring these kinds of medicines forward.
Thank you very much. To Mr. Pops, I think it's critical that we ensure a consistent and transparent evaluation of benefit risk during FDA's review of new drugs. Unfortunately, from my perspective, this evaluation has on occasion kept life-improving, life-saving drugs from patients. And in your opinion, what do we need to do in order to rebalance the analysis?
It was one of the real key questions that was brought up during the PDUFA 5 technical negotiation.
Yes.
And I think that what
in which I know you were involved
is that in PDUFA 5 now there's this, and I think the Commissioner mentioned it earlier, this patient-centric and more formalized risk-benefit evaluation that we're seeking to implement through PDUFA 5. I think we have a long way to go, but I think the agency has an interest in bringing more rigor to and formalization to the risk-benefit analysis.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Is there anyone else on the panel who would like to comment on that? Very good. Thank you very much. I yield back the balance of my time, Mr. Chairman.
Chair, thank you, gentlemen. Recognize the gentleman from New York, Mr. Towns, for 5 minutes for questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Let me begin by thanking you, Ms. Dorman, for working with my staff and Mr. Stearns on ULTRA. This bill is still a work in progress, and we look forward to receiving NORD's recommendations for changes to the text, as your group has promised my staff within the next few weeks. We look forward to continue working with you on that. Let me go to you, Mr. Germano. Last year, the FDA approved a Pfizer drug under priority review in 4 months. In your experience, is this common for orphan drug review? And what made this one so exceptional?
This was, I think you're referring to our drug crizotinib, and the brand name is Xalkori. It's a drug for
That's correct.
A specific subset of patients with non-small cell lung cancer. And in this case, there was a genetic marker to identify patients who are most likely to respond to the medication. So we were able to, once the identification of the genetic marker was occurred, we were able to work with partners at Abbott Laboratories to develop a companion diagnostic and complete a clinical trial that demonstrated fairly clearly the benefit risk profile of this medicine for this particular patient population. So it's a great example of the benefit of a personalized medicine or precision medicine approach to drug development. The more we're able to do this, the more the more efficient the development process is, the more efficient the review process is, and the more quickly we can get new medicines to patients. So it is. I can't say it's commonplace. I think we're all working harder and harder to find genetic markers and biomarkers of activity, whether it's efficacy or safety signals that we're after to help bring more clarity to the benefit risk profile of our medicines and make it easier for us to develop them and for the agency to review them.
Let me just say that I really appreciate Pfizer's strong commitment to finding treatments for rare diseases. To the best of your knowledge, have any of Pfizer's recent orphan drug approvals been approved under the accelerated approval pathway at FDA?
Well, this one that we're speaking of, crizotinib, was approved under the accelerated review process.
Any others?
We have another drug for a rare disease, a rare polyneuropathy that we've recently filed with the FDA, and we're seeking accelerated review of that product as well.
Right. Do you have any ideas or suggestions as to how we might be able to improve the accelerated process? Do you have any ideas or suggestions that you might want to?
Well, I think that some of the provisions of PDUFA 5 are likely to be helpful. Again, I think the greater amount of required interaction between the agency and the sponsor, the focus that the agency will put on risk-benefit framework, biomarker understanding, and rare and orphan disease provision, rare and orphan disease issues that are components of the PDUFA 5 should be helpful in improving our ability to bring these kinds of medicines to the market.
Right. I want to go to a very quick yes and no. I'm very committed to supporting the FDA in their timely approval of safe, effective treatment options, particularly for rare diseases. For this reason, I'm proud to be working with my colleague from Florida, Congressman Stern, on an initiative that I hope will encourage the development of innovative, safe drugs in this space. The goal is to improve access to the FDA's existing accelerated approval pathway for drugs designed to treat patients with life-threatening rare diseases. And this would be a yes or no. Let me just ask you, Germano, and of course Pops and Mr. Dorman, do you support this goal right now? Do you support the goal?
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Congressman Stearns and I are working on this initiative that I hope will encourage the development of innovative, safe drugs in this space. The goal is to improve access to FDA's existing accelerated approval pathways for drugs designed to treat patients with life-threatening rare diseases. Do you support this goal?
Yes, I would support that.
Yeah, okay. Mr. Orman? Yeah, thank you very much on that note, Mr. Chairman. I don't have anything to yield back, but I yield back.
Chair, thanks, gentlemen. Recognize Mr. Guthrie for 5 minutes for questions.
I think the previous two kind of went down a path I was going to go with Ms. Dorman. I think we do need to make sure we have a good accelerated program for people with risk. And I have a friend caught up in another situation. In the argument, I always say this, I have bad allergies. I don't want something put out to keep me from sniffling that's going to have adverse effects to me. But when you have a friend that has Lou Gehrig's disease or ALS, and there's some opportunities for them to go forward, as long as the patient knows the risk and what could be there, I think that we should have a process for them to go forward. So anything, I agree with maybe Mr. Stearns, Mr. Townsend, I'd like to work with you on that because I think that is important to do. On the medical device, or the venture capital, which is more medical devices, I gather, a lot of times they're encouraged to go to Europe just because they get approved. If they get approved in the home country where they manufacture, they also get that's how I think China recognizes it. So as the President talked about manufacturing, which is my background, we're in a situation where we have American manufacturers having to locate in Europe because of our regulatory process, which we're not comparing to a country that doesn't have substantial safety issues. Concerns. we're talking about the European Union that we're not competitive with in our approval process. But I want to get to Mr. Kokel. On this panel, a lot of people say, as a former doctor, as a doctor, I don't get to say that, but as a quality control engineer, that was my background before in manufacturing. Pew's done some research on drug pedigree, and just like if you could talk about that, and particularly like the safety of the supply chain, particularly foreign supply chains, dealing with third parties or foreign regulators. If you could talk about what your research has been in the drug pedigree world.
Thank you for that question, sir. It's an area of the report that I didn't touch on in my testimony, but we looked at as drugs move from the manufacturer through distributors to the pharmacy and ultimately to the patients, what's the pedigree system or the absence of. So if I could share one short story. A couple of years ago, there was a tractor-trailer load of insulin that was stolen in North Carolina and disappeared for a while. Insulin's a drug that should be refrigerated. And then it showed up back in pharmacies of a major chain grocery store in a couple of different states. And in between there, it passed through a couple of different wholesalers. And so the question is there a system by which the pharmacy at the end use could have recognized that as stolen product,
flagged it? Do we have a system that lets you track the product through the system? Do we have a unique serial number on the drugs? And the answer is we don't have that. California has a law which is scheduled to come into effect in 2015. Our view is that a national standard would be much preferable.
What about you're looking into ingredients, foreign ingredients, and the integrity and dealing with foreign regulators or third parties? I think you looked into that in your report as well, right?
Yes.
And what are solutions? I mean, you say the unique serial number. Are there other things that like working with foreign regulators or third-party groups?
So let me make 2 points that I think are important. One is a manufacturer absolutely has to have confidence that they know who's in their upstream supply chain and that they know what quality standards are in place and that there isn't the risk of substandard product coming in through the back door and making its way into the supply chain.
Did you find that manufacturers didn't know that or didn't have systems in place for that?
We absolutely found a whole spectrum, and there are great manufacturers in every country, but there are also risks. In our report, there's a photograph of from a manufacturing facility in China with a whole wall of 50-gallon drums stacked up about 1 deep. And the inspectors went in there and said, what's behind those drums? Well, nothing. But they climbed over and found behind the drums a whole warehouse full of uncertified active pharmaceutical ingredient that was destined for, in that case, a European supply chain. So it does occur. On the question of foreign regulators, I think we acknowledge that the FDA is moving in the right direction on this, which is no one country can inspect the whole world. And so we have to deploy limited resources in a rational way, reduce duplicate inspection, and rely on other trusted regulators wherever possible.
Yeah, when in automotive manufacturing, you actually hire people to come in and certify and audit your plant, and Ford or GM or Chrysler would accept that. Is that using third-party auditors that are reputable that you can? The thing about it, the trick to it was, or the issue was, that you actually paid them to come to your plant to certify you to Ford standard, but they had a reputation to uphold as well. And so
absolutely, and I think Congress did some of that for food in the Food Safety Modernization Act a couple of years ago. One of the real leaders in industry on quality, a vice president of quality for one of the big companies, has said every supplier and sub-supplier should be audited by somebody. But at the same time, if there's one company that's making an inactive ingredient, a talc or something for tablets, and they're supplying 30 companies, we don't need 30 audits.
Right.
We just know we can trust the one that's been done.
Thanks. Thank you. I yield back.
Chair, thanks to the gentleman. That concludes the questioning, and I would like to thank the witnesses and members for participating in today's hearing. We've had a lot of very important information come before the committee, and I remind members that they have 10 business days to submit questions for the record. I'll ask the witnesses to please respond promptly to those questions. Members should submit their questions by the close of business on Wednesday, February 15th. With that, without objection, the subcommittee is adjourned.